Hey, folks, we are live, and why, yes, I am broadcasting a live stream on YouTube again. So a bit of information about that. I've been struggling with their helplines, going back and forth, and they spend forever getting back to you. And when you think you're finally making a point, you get switched to Jose, who is the most incompetent member that they have of the whole help team over there. Yeah, Jose, you. And he sends you a help file to something completely unrelated, and then stops responding to your emails. So you got to start the whole process over again, and it is literally faster just to wait for the ban to run out, to wait for the 6 months for the ban to run out, than to try and go through the YouTube help channel. So because of that, so I am back on YouTube now. I can upload longer videos. I can do the live. I can do everything. Everything I could do before that false claim for talking about the Bible. And as a result, and I've still got the Vimeo. I'm going to maintain the Vimeo. There's a backup going on over at what's it called? Luke, what's it called? What's the backup for YouTube?
Other than Vimeo?
No, not Vimeo. The other one. I literally can't even remember right now. Literally, not figuratively. Literally.
I can't think of it.
Yeah, I mean, Daily Motion. That's it. Daily Motion.
That's it.
So I'm maintaining the backup channel there as well. Everything's going to be mirrored, and with and everything's going to be put on YouTube except for any videos involving Hollywood productions. So like the Star Trek, the Broken Relationships of Star Trek: The Next Generations, that's up on Vimeo. I am not bothering with YouTube because let me put it this way: Channel Awesome can barely deal with all of this. And they are much larger, they're much more significant, and they've got they've got more clout, both outside with their fans and inside with YouTube because they make money for YouTube. So I'm just not going to mess with that. Any of my videos on film analysis, video game analysis, any of that, well, I might still do video game analysis because that hasn't started triggering people yet on YouTube. But the other stuff, it's all going to be going up on Vimeo with links from YouTube. So I do urge you to go subscribe to my Vimeo, and of course, a major thank you to everybody that is backing me on Patreon. So just let me touch on this briefly, guys, and we'll jump into the show proper. So I think I might need to de-escalate the estimate from a video every month to every 2 months, because good Lord, there is so much work I'm putting into this. Like I'm trying to do the video right now on the kind of the Marxist roots of neoconservatism. And I wind up just in this, like if this were the olden times, I'd have stacks of paper all around me, trying to find a source on what percentage of the population of Russia was living in urban centers in 1900 contrasted to Britain, so I can explain to you what the difference between the Mensheviks and the Bolsheviks are, because this is critical in understanding the Bolsheviks, and all of this to eventually get to the point of explaining what these influences are and how they trace their roots through history. So it's taking a lot longer than I was anticipating. I think it's going to be a great video, and see, unlike my regular talking at the camera videos, I actually have to, like, this winds up being more educational and more erudite, less opinionated. So I think it's going to be a great video, but folks, thank you so much for backing me. I'm sorry it's taken a bit longer, but it is coming together. And so with that said, yeah, I'm settling into the new place. I finally got a desk. I'm trying to figure out a good filming angle for the desk. And in the meantime, I said, hey, about time to do a live stream. And I've got my buddy Luke here. We've got brother John. And we should have Zarius later on when his computer stops being ornery. And let's see, I should have a tweet from you right now. There we go. Luke, any chance do we have comments on the sidebar?
On the video? No, I don't see one.
Oh, okay, so I still got the Beckloff effect going on. No, seriously, nobody has any idea what is going on with that, and maybe I should phone up YouTube help, and 6 months later they'll tell me they can't figure it out what it is either. So anyway, the topic of this episode is going to be that the internet is driving people absolutely insane. And the inspiration from this came from Forney's podcast that he just put up today, where he was talking about Copper Cab, the Gingers Have Souls kid, who is now a transsexual, and
Uh,
and he referenced the Beckloff's podcast from last Saturday, where he was talking about how Chris Chan is growing a new vagina. He was listening to the song "I Gotta Find a New Vagina" on repeat, and he willed himself to grow a gaping sore in his perineum, which he thinks is a vagine. And yes, and folks, the internet is just driving people absolutely insane. It's become this pure insanity echo chamber of narcissism. And so, listen, Luke, you were on the Beckloff's podcast. Why don't you introduce what's going on with Chris Chan?
well, from what I understand, Chris Chan, after having a long history of very unusual narcissistic behavior, he is under the impression that he's willing himself into a woman and thinks that the formation, the injury, or whatever you want to call it, that's forming is actually a vagina growing. And at this moment, he is currently living in very unsanitary situations, encouraging the growth of this thing. And that's pretty much the kindest way I can put it.
Yeah, so Chris Chan is, of course, the autistic young man that loved Sonic the Hedgehog and just went down these very, very dark paths. Started obsessing over his Sonichu, obsessing over the people who he blamed for the fact that he couldn't find a boyfriend-free girl, and all of that. And now, the Beckloff likes pointing out that if you look at this there's this picture, this video of Chris Chan when he was a kid, winning like a shopping spree at the video game store, and pointing out that you saw the light of God in his eyes back then.
Yes, he did.
Now, on some level, listen, like what Chris Chan's up to right now, growing a new vagina and being a tranny and macing people at the GameStop. He is this isn't so much like, yes, his autism plays into it, obviously, but this is him making a choice to pursue evil. He made a choice down the road. Somewhere along the road, he made a choice to pursue evil. And the really great observation from the Beckloff's podcast is that, they're saying, like, yeah, he never had a masculine influence, but his father was a bit of a frickin' idiot, wasn't he? There's this video I saw of Common Filth posted this on his AFK series of this audio recording while a girl's playing a video game, and she's, this 14-year-old that thinks she's a transsexual, she's going to be a man, and she's saying, "Hey, Dad, I'm a transsexual, what do you think?" And her dad is just this drunken, loser, idiot. "Yeah, I like it, yeah, yeah." And it's like, this is why. Because you failed, you completely failed as a father. She has no idea what it means to be male, what it means to be female. And so now she's a transsexual because you are a drunken loser and a failure at life. And the internet.
So it's about getting Daddy's attention. And it's also about making Daddy pay, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. You were such a failure.
Well, I look at it like this. What method has been used on her by her father to chastise all her life? And it's likely been, you this, you that, because obviously, you said the guy's a bit of a drunken, and she's turned out the way she's turned out, so he's an inconsistent sort of guy. She's had a mixed experience. So his method to discipline has been verbal abuse and emotional manipulation. So what's she doing now? She's paying him back in exactly the same currency that she's been paid in. So it's a matter of emotional manipulation. I'll upset Daddy by telling Daddy I'm a transsexual. It's really all, I'd say that's all about getting Daddy's attention, because whether she imagines it or not, or whether she feels that way or not, she ain't ever going to have a dick, is she? So she's never going to be a man. So it's a fantasy. Let's have it right, it's a fantasy. But it really is all about punishing someone. It's all about punishing someone for the way that she feels about herself. That's just my take, mate. So all of this, I said certainly the Chris Chan situation. I mean, when he pulled me in here and said Chris Chan, I'm like, oh, not Chris Chan. Because
there's Copper Cab as well. And that's what Forney was covering. Copper Cab is now a transsexual. He was on the show with Gavin McInnes, and
yeah, we're talking about the ginger, right? He was pretty famous for a little while.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, gingers have souls. Gingers are not white people.
Are you sure that he's being serious there? I mean, you sure it's not a joke?
Yeah, here's the thing. There's an article in Return of Kings recently, where a couple of articles from a 17-year-old girl and a 16-year-old girl, and the 16-year-old girl was saying, like, listen, all these people that have mental disorders amongst the new generation coming up, I call them the sleepers, Generation Z, whatever. She wrote in and said they're faking it. So, like, she has a friend who is faking the symptoms of depression. She is going to a psychologist. She is getting medication, and she is taking medication for depression when she's not depressed.
Yep.
Yeah, see, and that's why I had to ask to make sure he's just not bullshitting people. Because I find it interesting that he of old would say now all of a sudden after he became a social justice warrior, all of what, a couple months ago. Before he was just fucking ranting on YouTube, but now all of a sudden, I just find it strange that the metamorphosis would appear when he started listening and talking to those people, which I think might be a huge indication or culprit of why there's so many transsexuals now. Anyway, I mean, I don't think most people are actually dealing with gender dysphoria. If I'm going to be completely honest, I think it's bullshit half the time.
Well, it's attention seeking. It's like The dishing out bats, right? Like baseball bats. It's like you are giving me a new bat to beat people with. It's like, okay, I mean, I can put a wig on and say I'm now a trans woman with a beard, yeah, and then I can go out and use my trans card because I'm now a member of the master race to beat people over the head with. So it's like I've got like state-sponsored power. You can't, an attack on me and my sexuality is transphobic. That's a hate crime. So in essence, it's another shield. It's a bat to beat people with, and another shield. These people in real life are likely cowards and see themselves as being nothing. So they have to get themselves a new identity, find themselves a new in-group, and find themselves a weapon they can beat people with because they can't use the fists and they can't use the mouths and they can't use the minds.
Well, and at some point, asking the question, is he faking it, it's a moot point. Like this girl who is faking all the symptoms of mental illness and taking medication for depression, whether or not she is actually depressed is utterly mute if she is pretending to be depressed every day. Whether or not Copper Cab is... If he, listen, he's clearly a spaz. All right, that part he's not faking, the spaz part. But he might be ramping it up for attention. He might be faking the whole transsexual thing. But even if he's faking it, I will still bet he is taking female hormones. So at that point, does it really matter if he's faking it or not?
In the real world,
I give you that point. But I was just making sure.
Sorry, guys, for leaping. In the real world, to us, as the observer looking in, whether they're faking it or they believe it, it's having the same effect. It's having the same effect on us. So it's like it is a completely moot point as to say whether they mean it or they're faking it, because they are broadcasting in their behaviour exactly the same as where they weren't. So just that attention seeking tells us something. This tells us something of their need for attention and affirmation. That's really all we can go off. It doesn't matter whether they're faking it or not. We know that they're seeking attention, and you just stop there. That's all you need to know.
Well, and it is such an insane game of the Emperor has no clothes. As Matt Forney, and he might be joining us in a second, Matt Forney was pointing out on his podcast today that they immediately changed Copper Cab's Encyclopedia Dramatica article to reflect his new name of Christina, or what have you. So even the people attacking him are embracing this, they're this insane. It's Bruce Jenner is now a woman. In fact, he's the woman of the year, even though he still has his arms are bigger than mine, and I work out. You know.
Yeah, he's got some pretty broad shoulders. There's no way around that.
Listen, you know what? Listen, my aunt is a bodybuilder, which, whatever, she's a little bit crazy, right? Her arms are still way more feminine than Bruce Jenner, Woman of the Years.
Well, that whole isn't this actually, you know, I mean, we've an example you like to use of gaslighting is that Jean-Luc Picard thing. You know, the episode of Star Trek: The Next Generation where the Cardassians are trying to break him, and they put the lights up in front of him and tell him that there's 5. It's a remake of 1984, isn't it? Mm-hmm. Where if you can get someone to delude themselves, you can, you know, gaslight them into where they'll basically break down all the barriers, break down all the boundaries, and then you can make them play along just to end the torture. Well, putting a dress and some makeup on a former gold medal decathlete and then telling us to call him Caitlin, what's that? If it's not exactly the same method being done on us, that is gaslighting. That is psychological. That is a psychological attack. If you can go along with this is a woman when it obviously is not, is never going to have children, is never going to, you know, is never going to basically, you know, is never going to have the right equipment, can kid itself that it is. If you go along with that, you're denying reality just as much as that person is. That's that crazy person making you accept their version of the world, which is obviously a fantasy.
Well, and I think this is all, especially with the sleeper generation coming up. You know, it's like, listen, back when I was in high school, this was the high point of all of these Disney animated anthropomorphic animal series. Well, I don't know if it's a high point, because now we have Zootopia that actively invites fetishists to come see a children's film. But regardless, you know, so, you know, when you're in high school, you know, especially middle school, high school, you live in an imaginary world. You're still playing. You know, you imagine yourself as a knight in shining armor, or you imagine yourself as being a space cop, or what have you. And you know, and so this is when the whole furry thing started. And so me and my buddies, like, we'd always draw these adventures, you know, and sometimes they'd be anthropomorphic animals, sometimes they're not. But this never got reinforced, you know? Like, it's just a stage that you go through in high school where you imagine things, because you're still... This is why animals of every mammalian species play, because playing is how you become an adult. But it's... You know, with the baby boomers, and this is what the last psychiatrist has pointed out many times, the baby boomers got locked in to teenagerdom. So we have all of these 60-year-old people acting like frickin' teenagers right now. The new generation coming up, they're being locked in to an emotional age of 8, where they're running around like an 8-year-old that puts on a Ninja Turtles mask knows it's not a Ninja Turtle, but it runs around saying, "I'm Leonardo, I'm Leonardo." Except, and that's what, like, listen, Coppercap dressing like a woman, you know, same thing. He knows he's not a woman, but he's going to pretend to be for the negative attention. Oh. And the same thing with the furries.
That's an interesting point, Davis. And I want to add to something else. You said, you know, the importance of play. Kids these days don't get to play anymore. Helicopter parenting. There was some map I saw about a few months back that showed that the amount of distance that you know, the average child is allowed to, you know, travel from home when they're playing has been reduced to almost nothing. Kids don't go outside and play anymore. They don't play with friends. They don't have friends. They're on the computer playing video games, you know, or they're on social media. And we're starting to see the results of this in a generation of kids who have merged these sort of play-acting personalities together. You know, maybe, like I said, you pointed out, I said this on my podcast. You know, Coppercap may have gone through a stage like when he was 8 or 9 where he may have wondered about being a girl, would have liked if he was being a girl, but he would have gotten over it in times past if he had been allowed to play and get that sort of thing out of his system. Now he was not allowed to unleash that energy, and now it's coming out in a very perverse fashion. He's taking hormones and having his saving up to have his willy chopped off.
Well, I'll make a point here, Matt, just a bit as a skeptic to his sort of situation. There's someone who knows a little bit about these magical thinking fucking morons. Yeah? I think, personally, that it is actually he's obviously a fantasist and he's never developed an identity of his own by the victim status that he gives himself with being the fat ginger kid. Like, feel sorry for me, have sympathy for me, and I've got right to be angry, and I can, in essence, do whatever I want because I'm in the right, because I've been picked on. And I think he's seeking attention like any other person with something seriously missing, i.e. he never had a real childhood. So he's got this histrionic nature. He needs affirmation and he needs attention, but he also craves power and the ability to control people. So this is how the guy functions. And my thought is, when he was making that video, he will have tossed a coin as to whether to put out a video saying he was going to kill himself or he was going to say I'm trans, just for the sake that those two, both of them are guaranteed ways of getting a kind of feedback. If he comes out and says I'm going to kill myself, he'd get a lot of people saying either do it, and then if he does it, he's not to blame. So it's like he could throw out the old suicide thing and people say, yeah, really, you should just step in front of a fucking bus, you're a freak. And then all of a sudden he's a victim, so he can play the victim there. Or he can throw the trans card out and then get all this positive affirmation from a new in-group. Because it appears on the internet, in that sort of circle of people, you are nobody until you decide, you come out and say whether you're gay or you're trans, and then all of a sudden you're a hero and you're one of the master race. So I think
there are no healthy outlets anymore. You know, it's everybody is going on the internet and obsessing, or going into popular culture and obsessing. They're either turning introverted and self-destructive, or they're going extroverted, but that's not healthy either. Like, the other day, I was at my friend's place, and we were having a few beers, and he just switched on the TV, so there was something in the background. And it has been so long since I have seen I do everything I can to block them out. Like, I block out billboards, I put just a black square over them in my optical nerve, right? 'Cause these are all infectious vectors that the poison gets into you. But I glanced at the TV, and there's this guy gets out of bed that he's laying in with the woman to go answer the front door at night, and he comes to the front door, and this guy is this like completely sculpted catamite with, you know, nared chest, and I've been hanging out with real men, you know, and as soon as it came on, I'm like, what's this faggot doing in bed with the woman? A straight man does not look like that. This is the gayest thing I have seen since I watched a Sargon of Akkad video, you know?
Damn.
It was so, and yet this is supposed to be the model that we're pursuing. Like, listen, this was not, I'm not hating on guys that bodybuild. Okay, like Mike Cernovich, that's what a man looks like. But Mike Cernovich doesn't, I don't know his personal grooming habits, but I'm presuming he doesn't strut about like a pool boy, you know, at some old man conference on a private island with, you know, 16-year-olds present, with a nared chest, you know. That's not what a man looks like.
Yeah, he's a guy.
Homosexual looks like.
He's a guy who just would project into the world that he can handle himself. And if he wasn't a man who couldn't handle himself, he wouldn't be doing what he's doing anyway.
Exactly.
So
yeah. Look at these strongman competitions where they drag trucks and whatnot. Those guys are ripped, but they don't look like catamites.
Mm.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I once had a girl say to me something effective. Why are all the most attractive men gay? And I'm like, number one, you know, you're looking for the wrong things if that's what you really think. And number two, the masculinity that gay men protect is a parody of masculinity. Like this the whole leather daddy thing, whipping each other. It's not authentic masculinity. It's not what is masculinity? It's strength. It's compassion. It's courage. Whereas with gays, it's entirely image. It's entirely about how big your pecs are, or etc. And this mentality is leaking out to, as Davis said, looking like a cat at night. This image focus, with no substance behind it, is leaking out to the greater world at large.
Well, and this again, I'm riffing off of Common Filth here, but it's this obsession with how you look. I'm not listen, taking care of yourself, being physically fit, dressing well, wonderful. I'm completely for all of that. All right, that is part of being a man. But this obsession with being physically fit, with having a six-pack, with all of this, this eventually, that guy who's working out and being buff to try and pick up chicks, that guy eventually starts sucking dick. Same thing. The guy that obsesses over pornography. And, you start off, you look at pornography because you want to be with a girl. But then you start empathizing with the woman in pornography, and eventually, you see this is creating, now you're turning into a bisexual because of that.
Yeah, you start looking at gay porn just because you need a bigger and a harder hit.
Oh, I'd say, you say an image of masculinity, all right? Honesty. You be a man, be just honesty. You will project, if you're a man and you're honest with yourself and others, you will project masculinity because that's who you are, that's how you look, that's how you sound, that's how you handle yourself. So it's self-delusion on every case because you look at these gay guys who are buff, that's a projection. I look at feminine men who are buff, and I weigh them up and I'm like, I bet he can't fight. I bet that's actually, that is in essence he's built himself a protective wall because he's in essence a coward. It's like some you see great big fat guys, don't you, sometimes? And they've built a Michelin Man outfit to protect themselves. I look at effeminate men who are ripped and have got tattoos and muscles, and I look at them and I say, coward, who's created a shield to hide this broken core as to where he's not sure of himself. He's in essence living a lie and projecting what he thinks other people want to see. So he's in essence mirroring what the culture's telling him it is to be a man, when in essence to be a man all you have to be is yourself, being honest with yourself, and you are a man anyway, so that's all you can project.
And listen, we've been talking about the people that go introvert and be tranny, or the people that go and be some buff gym rat that wind up being gay for pay. The exact same thing is happening with the MGTOWs, or the what other groups are being idiots lately, Forney?
They all are.
You got these all these Trump and Fuhrer meme lords right now. Yeah, and
the alt-right anime avatar summer fags,
who are like these guys. I bet you half of them have masturbated to the thought of having sex with Trump, despite claiming to be straight.
I pointed this out. This is actually when I got banned from Twitter. But I pointed this out that that the alt-right, many of these, as Common Filth would call them, 19-year-old pot-smoking community college dropouts, won't acknowledge the deleterious effects that open homosexuality has in society, and one of them's all like, well, you're a sexual deviant too, you slept with a lot of women, a lot of Filipino girls, and I'm thinking to myself, it's very revealing that you consider having sex with women to be sexual deviancy. It's not something to aspire to.
Well, with Latino women, I mean, what, how are Latino women a form of degeneracy? I mean, how did you get to that conclusion?
It was Filipino girls. It was Filipino girls, and he was. That's race mixing. That's verboten. I was betraying my superior Aryan genes by copulating with the Untermenschen.
So my question is, were all the slave masters were they degenerates too? I mean, I'm just out of curiosity. I'm just wondering.
You'd have to ask the 19-year-old community. You'd have to ask the 19-year-old community college dropouts, but they'd have to, when they're busy, when they're done smoking crack and praising Keck.
Well, and you know what? Let's just take a step back just to say, like, listen, nobody here is trying to throw stones in a glass house. All right, like, and I really don't got. You know what? Like 10 years ago, like somebody wanted to be a tranny, and they were convinced. I didn't have any hate in my heart for them. Somebody wants to be a freaking dragon. Whatever. It's none of my business. Like this is where we are. We are not hateful people, and we're all sinners. Okay? Like we've all, we're not trannies, but we've got some other addiction that we're fighting. But what gets me about the, if we take the alt-right praise Keck smoke methamphetamine every day crowd, these guys. They lord their superiority over other people because they don't engage in this sin. Whatever, like for instance, they don't sleep with Filipino girls like you filthy race traitor Forney. They just suck dick.
They suck pure 100% Anglo-Saxon dick.
And exactly, we was Kangs. No, we was Romans and shit, yo.
We was Greek philosophers having man-boy love and shit, and talking about the rationality and logic before you Jews came around and ruined it. Shit.
Hey,
so I'm just saying we're not. I'm not throwing stones and saying faggots are the worst thing that happened to civilization. I'm not throwing stones and saying I hate all these aspies. Aspies are the problem. That's not what any of us are doing. We're saying that it's this people are gaslighting themselves into this self-affirming ridiculous reality of these. All over the internet, whether it's Christian or if it's the meme lords or if it's the guys with anime avatars or the MGTOWs or any of these people.
Just to throw an aside in, most interesting thing in the last week I've seen on YouTube, and I don't know how you guys feel about this guy, but the situation that Christopher Cantwell found himself in, to me, was fascinating, and the reason why I don't relate at all to these MGTOW guys. Because did you hear about Cantwell? He actually
I didn't.
Well, he was on it came out Facebook a few weeks ago where it was the in a relationship with, yeah. And I looked at the pictures of this woman he's got himself in with, and I'm like, trouble. And then it was a matter of he put a Facebook page, he put a post out. About a month later, saying, I've been involved. I've done so many things in my time. I've done some degenerate things. I've been a drinker. I've been into drugs, but I've never had anything to do with anything as harmful as women. And I think I sent you a message on it, Davis. I says, I think Campbell's got himself in with a psycho where I think he's been borderlined by the looks of it. And then he put out on his live TV thing. His Radical Agenda, Skype, YouTube, hybrid radio show he does. And he was, in every way, shape, or form, a completely broken man. In every single silence in his little broadcast, you could almost feel his heart sink to the floor. And this is a guy who's against the feminists, likely knows something about dangerous women, likely knows what this MGTOW movement's all about, what the men's rights guys are talking about with the crazy borderline women. But as soon as one paid any interest or give him some attention, and then started to instant message with him, let on to him that she was independently wealthy, etc., let on to him that she was quite willing to jump on a plane from Canada down to his house and move in with him, he was gone. Hook, line and sinker, done. He moves in there, she moves in there, and they have like a honeymoon period of about 3 weeks.
Wait, let me just ask, what sort of idiot leaves Western Canada to move to New Hampshire to move in with somebody? What kind of idiot does something like that?
A borderline who's idealized you. A crazy woman who's looked at you and said, he's the man for me, and decided that he's something that he isn't, gone down, lived out a couple of weeks of a fantasy, and then he's farted one day and it smelt like, I don't know, onions, and she's completely gone off him immediately, snapped, gone. Now, he was talking
It also sometimes happens to cholerics that get seduced by a borderline that lives in New Hampshire. Just saying.
Yeah. Yeah.
She wasn't borderline. She was just aspy, but close enough.
Yeah. Well, they're behaving pretty much the same way. But he's at a situation. We were putting out a broadcast where he's saying, she's telling me she's pregnant. And they've split up and she's gone. And I'm like, shit, you got yourself baby jailed. I'm like, you're supposedly one of these guys who's on this alt-right, who knows something about the feminists, knows something about dangerous women, yet when the opportunity to get some pussy comes along, you are even more vulnerable than Joe Public. It's like the MGTOWs, them guys who say, oh, stay away from these dangerous women, stay away from these. As soon as they get the glad eye from a dangerous woman, it's like, ding! The old MGTOW book goes flying out of the window.
Well, I think the reason why is because at the end of the day, this is what I'm pretty sure, I think they still want women. I think a lot of them, they're just frustrated, they're just mad and angry. Because, you know, I mean, relatively speaking, it's tough to connect with 150 women over and over again, especially if you're actually a caring person. So they may sound and they may talk with a bunch of vitriol, but I can see straight through the bullshit. They still, I mean, if they didn't want to be with women, there's no way in hell they would spend any amount of their time constantly talking about how shitty and terrible they are. Yeah. I think that in and of itself is a fantastic indication of how much they really do want to find a good man to be with, you know, and I can't knock them for that. However, the vitriol certainly isn't going to get them anywhere. Go ahead.
The virtue signaling. They're actually like they're putting themselves in the shop window saying, I'm a regular good guy. You women out there say there's no good men left. Well, I'm one of them, and I'm going to prove it to you by slating these, whores. So if you're not a whore, you know, I'm putting myself on the market. I remember.
Yeah, it does sound like a roundabout way of doing that.
Well,
and you know.
To finish my point, sorry, Zari. I used to make a lot of videos, didn't I, about my experiences with borderline women, and I picked up quite a viewership of these MGTOW guys. And I made a video one day about MGTOWs, and there was people asked me, "What do you think about MGTOW?" And I actually made a video, and I straight up said, if my ex-girlfriend turned up at your workplace and she give you the look and said to you, oh, you seem nice, what's your name? Your MGTOW ideology would go straight out the window and you'd be like, I'm in love.
I've said this too repeatedly. You know, it's obvious that a lot of these guys are calling themselves MGTOW not because they're genuinely, you know, interested in the lifestyle, but because they can't get laid. And as soon as you get an easy woman in their arms, it's going to go straight out the window. Yeah. And there was the case that a bit of manosphere lore for you guys. There was a guy named Mark Minter who about 3-4 years ago was known on manosphere blogs for leaving comments about how marriage sucks and women are blood-sucking cunts and why you shouldn't get married. Then he turns around and he marries a groupie he met through the manosphere. Yeah. And then he's going back on everything.
Yeah, of course he is. It's like, yeah, of course they are. It's just so fucking obvious. So that video I made where I was just honest about him and say, you get the glad eye one day and that old MGTOW goes straight out the window and it's like, where do you live? You'd be on it. You'd be construct immediately like, wow, she's nice. Gone, forgotten, history. I put that out and that was another one of them that lost me 50 subscribers. Because
MGTOW, they don't want constructive criticism. They don't want challenges. They want a hug box. Everybody wants a hug box.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah, I was about to say that.
That's exactly right, Davis. That's the point I was making. It's they're just another flavour of people who are putting out in the world, wanting some affirmation in exactly the same way as Copper Cab wants affirmation, coming out by saying, I'm now a woman.
And these praise Keck guys, like, listen, Jokeocracy was actual satire, all right? The praise Keck crowd is seeking validation, you know? So you've got the trannies over here, like all these pseudo-trannies, just pretending to be victims all the time and having a hug box over on Tumblr. And then you have these idiots with the praise Keck 1488 whatever, and they're all being angry all the time, and they're patting one another on the back for being angry, and it's good lord, it's like I knew these guys back in the army that used to go for team shit together, and they'd cheer each other on while they were pooping, and these praise Keck guys, that's what it is. It's just the inverse of Tumblr. It's the same thing. And it's just as disgusting as the team shit.
So where do you stand in this? It's a question, good question to ask you, Davis. Where do you stand in this great big affirmation, hug box, attention-seeking construct that the internet has become? Where do you stand?
Well, you know what? I'll tell you why I'm talking about it. And I think, Forney, you'll agree with me on this. It's getting worse. Like, listen, back, 5 years ago, 10 years ago? You know, when the manosphere was first ramping up? You know, yeah, we had a few guys that were identitarian. They were just trying to join a group. They lacked it. But nowadays, it's like the toxins that we were fighting in feminist circles, they're everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's what gets me about it. Is, like, I'm used to SJWs acting like this. I'm used to moderates acting like this. You know, but now it's everybody. Everybody is acting like this. And I don't think it's me getting older. I literally think that the levels of narcissism in society are increasing.
Well, I posted this on Twitter and Facebook, but it's something I've been thinking about. It's like, we have the phenomenon of women in beta orbiters, you know, online or wherever, and I'm thinking a part of the reason why this relationship exists is because most of these women are low-level narcissists, and they keep the beta orbiters around because they provide supply. I mean, they're constantly with the suck-uppy comments on Facebook or Twitter or Instagram, whatever. Oh, I'd suck a fart out of that ass, etc. And we've gotten to a point where women would rather have. You'll see this, and I've seen this in my own life. A woman will team up with men that she would never fuck in a million years, as a way of getting back at men that she has fucked or that she would fuck, that she's obsessed with. Because they'd rather have supply than sex.
Are you talking about the dad bod phenomenon?
I'm talking about.
Is that a good example?
I suppose it could be an example of that, but you know, I'm talking more about, like, you know, just the attention hoarding aspect of it. Yeah. I've witnessed this in my own life. I've witnessed, like, for example, a woman who, like, trashed these beta orbiters of hers to my face, like, made fun of them, talked about how pathetic they were, and then after we had a falling out, decided to use them to attack me. You know, because they're emotional vampires, and they're just looking for supply. They're not interested in any sort of human relationship. You know, it's one thing to be a clinical narcissist, but more and more women are acting like this.
Well, and more men are acting like this.
Yeah, I think I see exactly what you're saying, Forney, and on what you're saying, Dace. I've seen more of the attention seeking. I don't know about the whole thing of female orbiters. I haven't seen like a man with a harem. I mean, not in person at least. But as far as, you know, saying the same shit over and over again to get more people to give you attention and that you look fucking cool, yeah, I have seen that happen with a lot more men more recently too.
And you know, related observation, you know what? I don't see young people at the bar anymore. All right? I really don't. Like, the youngest people I see are mid-20s. What happened to 18-year-olds going out to the bar? I mean, sometimes I see them out. Right?
Well, if you go out to the bar, you might, you know, get cooties from the opposite sex. You might get, you know, you might get a germ from touching the subway walls.
You might actually have to deal with another person, and you can't just block them and report them to Facebook.
You might have a few drinks and, like, lose control and start acting like a normal human being and not be so goddamn uptight.
Yeah, I think a lot of people.
Go ahead.
Oh, go ahead.
No,
I was going to say, I think it's because they lost the ability to socialize. Oh, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's listen, Forney, speaking of the ability, I'm not going to name names here, but you were at a conference where you ran into a bunch of people that were really friendly to your face, and then started talking smack about you the next day on the internets.
Yes.
And this
Like-
this is exactly what I'm talking about. They completely lack the ability to relate to people in real life. Like, they can do the small talk, they can be polite, they can go, "Oh, thank you very much for selling me a candy bar, sir." They can do that. They can act, they can pretend to be normal, you know, but then they instantly scamper back to the internet hug box. You know, and maybe they're really sarcastic all the time. Oh, I'm so much better than that, man. Can you believe this? Keck 1488. Or they go, it's like, oh my God, I met Beckloff at a dinner party and he ruined my night, or SJW style. But they can't. They have never. How many of these kids have ever like worked an honest day, moved a house, you know, actually fixed a car, done any of this, related to human beings and had a conversation?
Yeah.
Probably not many. Yeah.
And I swear to God, it's getting worse. Like the whole internet, people are using it to create an echo chamber and a hug box. You know, like listen, the people around here, you know, we've used the internet to try and, you know, learn new ideas, to network with like-minded men, but not hug box echo chamber men, but to find men that say, hey, that guy, he's doing good work. He's working hard. I like what he's doing. I want to be his friend. You know, like that Common Filth guy. He's doing good work. I want to be his friend. Aaron Clary, I want to be his friend. Roosh, I want to be his friend. Yeah, and we actually go into the real world. We meet up, and when we meet up, it's not a giant. Oh, we're not trying to be cool. Is what I'm getting at.
You're all just naturally cool.
Yeah. Yeah, you know what?
Yeah, I've learned you can't tell the truth and be cool at the same time. And in this day and age, it's not possible to be real and be honest and be cool. It just doesn't fucking work that way. You've got to be, especially on the internet, you've got to be a snarky dick that tells people that there's look at fucking Leafy here, right? He's the same as I am, just some fucking dweeb on the internet who legitimately just talks a bunch of shit. Fucking 4 million subscribers. True shit. That's not even a joke. That's an accurate description of what he does. He just talks shit on the internet. 4 million subscribers. It's fucking amazing. You can't be honest, true, real on the internet in this day and age and expect to get a whole bunch of support. It's not gonna, at least not quickly. You know, maybe after a year or so, but it's just not gonna happen. People don't want to see real individuals. They don't want to hear the truth. They don't want to learn. They don't want to hear new, different, interesting ideas. And I think part of that just kind of goes to the fact that, I mean, if you see validation for so long, just the mere nature of a lot of social media websites, just in general, I mean, you're constantly seeking validation with everything you post. Eventually, it just becomes second nature. So when you're not getting it, you feel like it's personal attack. So I think maybe that's part of the reason why we see so much of this validation and attention seeking all the time. But I just learned you just can't fucking be honest anymore and expect people to respect that shit. You've got to be like a smarmy dick.
The first time I met somebody from online in the real world was a buddy of mine from back in the Tucker message board stage, the Tucker Max message board. You know, and I met him and we met up to grab a beer. And, you know, like halfway through the conversation, I said, listen, I hope you're not disappointed that we're not macking on chicks like we're some sort of pimp or something. He's like, no, I'm enjoying the conversation. Like, oh, okay, cool. We don't have to pretend that we're cool and we raw dog bitches every night. We can just actually be men. We can be human beings. You know, then same thing when I met up with Aaron Clary, when I met up with Forney, when I met up with Luke here. I haven't had the pleasure to meet up with the other two gents in this conversation, but it's been actual human beings meeting and hanging out and talking, getting to know one another, and just being people, as opposed to being these cartoon archetypes.
Yeah, it's mentioned. This whole topic has actually reminded me of all this literary and movies I've been watching recently, particularly Amusing Ourselves to Death, The Network, and The Naked Communists. All these three are coalescing into these grand mishmash, because in Amusing Ourselves to Death, it was saying how transferring from books to television turned us into a neighborhood of short-term memory strangers, and The Network basically says we're trying to turn ourselves into televisions, or in this case, trying to turn ourselves into the internet. And it is just, especially now, because it's exploded into this whole pursuit of every single individual, every single people trying to have their own identity, in a very bizarre mishmash of. Because the more I think about it, the more I realize the media has been gaslighting us our entire lives. They've been doing this over and over and over. And now, thanks to the internet, it just exploded in a way we never saw coming before.
I tell you, my computer fell over. But I've been in the last few weeks, I've been into Thomas Sowell in a big way. I've been downloading his books of Audible and listening to them. And when you say that the media's been gaslighting us, well, he made a point in saying that. He makes a point in a few different books, but he makes the same point, as to say the white people in Britain get the same cultural brainwashing as black people in America. In essence, you get years and years and years of people telling you the world's got it in for you. You're never going to get anywhere in life because you're born in the wrong place. You're the wrong colour. You're too stupid. In essence, will tell you that you're just nobody and nobody and nobody. And I think when we see this affirmation process on the internet, it's like 20 years later's feedback of that, us working class people being endlessly told that we're not good enough, that we're never going to get anywhere in life. And that conditioning, I think it's that's playing out on the internet, where people are now seeking affirmation, in essence, to prove to the world that they're alive. When
you know what? And the role of advertising in all of this too, and this is whatever. I'm gonna try and explain it quickly. But the way that advertising works is it induces narcissism into the viewer. Okay, the advertising, they show some asshole driving around a Mazda 3 in Prague or Italy or in downtown Italy, whatever. And he's driving a Mazda 3, which is a complete loser car, through this beautiful city, and there's some chick looking at him. Oh my God, this is sexy, and it tells you, and the message to you, the viewer, is that you suck at life, and you need to buy this car to be cool. It turns you into a narcissist in that your internal sense doesn't matter, it's your external reality that matters.
Well, it's trying to make you feel ashamed of yourself for not having. So you're having to aspire, so it's giving you something to aspire to, which isn't healthy. But that's perverted now, where we've got, these black celebrities saying there's not enough black faces on the TV, there's no role models for our children to aspire to, and it's like, isn't that kind of counterintuitive? Isn't that you're actually asking for more of the element that's making you so dysfunctional?
Listen, like the people I've been hanging out with, and this is why TV it's really looking horrific to me. The people I hang out with right now, they live in the real world, and they aspire to build a pool room downstairs, or to get a deck on their house, or to they aspire for real world things that will have utility to them, that etc. But the TV says aspire for the image. That even if you have a Mazda 3, it needs to be freshly waxed, and you need to be driving through downtown Prague to be real. We are aspiring to be a 30-second clip on television. Now let me give you, and this is the language of our culture. This is the narrative of our culture. Is the only reality is a 30-second commercial. Let me give you another example of this. Kayfabe, or I think it's pronounced kayfabe, which is, it started off, kayfabe was a carny trick Where the carnies, this is where professional wrestling started. They would have fake wrestling matches, but they wouldn't tell anybody it was fake. Everybody would think it was real. You know, they'd go and see the bearded woman. They'd go and see all the and half the freaks it's fake usually. You know, but they believe it. They buy into it, right? And they want to believe in it. And this used to just be a harmless carny thing. You know, the gypsies did the black magic, the carnies did the black magic, the rest of the society, you know, okay, you went and did something degenerate the one weekend they're in town, but then you get back to real life. All of life is kayfabe right now. You know, the whole politics is kayfabe. Politics is professional wrestling. You know, movies are professional wrestling. You know, movies are no longer about people and inner truth, but it's about explosions and cool outfits and snappy one-liners. And this is the dynamic of our culture. It's a purely narcissistic, demonic threat.
Well, it's a reflection on the people producing the art. It's that they're giving it to you. They
and
don't
the people watching it.
Well, they don't want to. You're not being engaged, are you? You're not part of it. You go and watch one of these summer blockbusters, or you watch one on Netflix, and it's just being bombarded at you as if to say, you switch your brain off and we'll fill it with shit for you. Whereas if
it killed the new Star Trek series for me, 2009. It wasn't the ridiculous red matter pseudoscience. It wasn't necessarily there was a lot of problems with that movie from a nerd perspective. But what killed that movie for me was that Kirk never earned his captainship. He never went through a period of personal growth where he earned the status. Like, even one training montage is all that movie needed to justify to me that, yes, Captain Kirk, he deserves to be the captain of the Federation flagship because he is just that. He's hardworking and disciplined and honorable and loyal, even if he comes from a rough background. No, they never did that. He just magically becomes the captain.
Well, he's not. Well, I'll actually don't think I'm defending that piece of shit for a minute here. But he's not Captain Kirk from the TV show, is it? Because that time shit thing, where the Australian guy. Comes back in time and just kills the ship that his father were on. So he's been turned from being someone who was raised in Ohio in a stable family into the son of a single parent. I mean, that would have an incalculable effect on the guy's personality. Certainly,
actually, you know what? That's the funny. I didn't realize this till you pointed out. The funny thing is that the new Captain Kirk is what happens when a single mother raises a child.
Yeah. So they turned him into a retard. And that's what you're seeing on the screen. And then you've got a Spock character who's, Spock in the movies, he's out of control. I mean, Spock is Spock, isn't he? And Spock's best being Spock. But that guy cries, goes into rages, has a girlfriend, loses his mother.
Speaking of the girlfriend, is anybody else disappointed that they whitewashed Uhura? Uhura used to be a black woman. Now she's a don't need no man career woman.
Well, she was a semi-competent side figure. The Uhura character, she's like the weak link, isn't she, of the crew?
You know what? She was a working woman doing an honest job. It's like, oh, these crazy crackers and stuff, lead. I just got to pay for my got pay for my mama's pension or whatever. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
She was a real person, and she'd occasionally flirt with Spock because he's such a nerd. But she had her own thing going on. She was doing a job, and that was pretty much it. You know, she had her own. You didn't know too much about her, but she had her own thing. Now she has to be a cookie cutter, politically correct, career woman, super competent genius.
Don't need no man.
Well, that super competency thing where she's like a total linguistics expert, speaks all these alien languages. That wasn't Uhura from the show. Uhura from the show just about had English sussed out. I think they cracked on once that she spoke a bit of Swahili.
You know what? On the show, she was a really cool manager at Walmart, and that's a respectable job if you do it right.
She was a secretary, basically.
Yeah, but you would often get it in the show where there'd be a comment made or something like, "This report you've put in, Lieutenant Uhura, isn't up to scratch." She was by no means perfect. She was jobbing, if you like. She was. She had a role in the ship, but she was in essence the weak link. How often do you get it where, oh, yeah, lost the signal? It's like, you're not very good, are you? Have you ever, the new Uhura's like super, she just can't fail, she can't do anything wrong.
You know what? Listen, Captain Sisko is black. He is black North American from New Orleans. And you can't mistake him for anything but that. Uhura is a Babylonian slut.
Yeah. Yeah, Ben Sisko, actually, I think he's the hard ass. He's actually my favourite Star Trek captain. Ben Sisko is a badass.
He's like Samuel L. Jackson minus the demon possession.
Yeah, but he in himself is someone who, that character actually, his arc or story as to where he's a broken man. And in him being that broken man is someone whose kind of soul is prepared to have a vision. He's a prepared soul, isn't he? He's in search of redemption, and they go through that wormhole, and those founders reach out to him and have a conversation with him. It's because he's someone who needs to be saved, isn't he? They scan that crew, and they say, there's something different about this guy. And it was that he was in essence broken and needed to be remade. So the guy who gets command of Deep Space Nine in episode 1 is someone who questions himself, questions his authority, questions his place in this world, doesn't think that he's going to be in the job for very much longer. He's thinking of quitting, going away, and then he has a story arc as to where he becomes absolutely driven by what he does. He in essence has the great happening in his life where he sees the light and then becomes something different. So he's got one of the greatest character arcs of any character, where he goes from broken man to the leader that's required, the man, the man of the hour. That's fucking brilliant.
Yeah, in case any of you guys couldn't tell from the...
Oh, your mic's gone out, Davis.
Yeah.
You muted yourself.
Testing.
Yeah, you're here.
Nah, he's done it. He's done it to himself again.
Anyway, like what it boils down to is that the internet, and to go back to the title of this, the internet is gaslighting people. It is becoming a hug box. People are not living in the real world, and yet, and again, to go back to that 16-year-old girl that wrote into Return of Kings, these people, they know they're not living in the real world. They know it, and they're doing it anyway, and that is the core of a cardinal sin.
Kidding yourself.
Knowingly lying to yourself. Doing it despite knowing that it's false. And, yeah, I've been meaning to explore this. I've got some YouTube videos planned, but you know what, man? They are working. Everything that's going on in the world right now, they're looking for a harvest of souls. And there's a great harvest that they are working on, and they're going to be harvesting souls from all these crazy leftoid narcissist DNC Black Lives Matter. They're going to be harvesting those souls, and you know what? They're going to be harvesting the souls from the alternative right, the meme cat, Praise 1488 and methamphetamine. They're going to be harvesting souls from that. They're going to be harvesting souls from all of the faggots. They're going to be harvesting souls from the bodybuilders. Look how many chicks I fucked, bro. There is such a massive harvest of souls that's about to occur.
That's the point. Before I got cut off, that was the point of the question, is to say, Davis, what are you in this game for? And you've answered that question there. I mean, the reason I do my little bit of thing is I see the situation that we found ourselves in on the internet and in because while people are engaged in the internet, they've taken their eye off the ball of what's going on in their own communities, what's going on in their own towns, and basically I see a culture on the edge of collapse. And the patterns of behaviour I see, this is Sodom and Gomorrah, this is the fall of the Roman Empire, this is humans forgetting who we intrinsically are and treating all these perversions as being something new when it's
and
not
none of
new.
it matters. Listen, what you yanked on your dick to the other night, that's not an identity, okay? You know, get out of the house, for crying out loud. This weekend I'm going to go volunteer to don't want to give too many details, obviously, keep the trolls guessing, but yeah, I'm just going to volunteer, do a bit of physical labor, and help some people out. Because I'm engaged in the community.
Yeah.
I talk to actual human beings.
Yeah, the best message you can put out into the world is get out of the house. Disengage from this internet. Actually disengage from it. As to say that if you haven't got a sense of humour, it will do you harm.
And I was listening to Billy Corgan on Alex Jones's show, and I might be misquoting him, but he talks about conscientious usage of these services. You got to remember every single. Listen, the problem with leftism is not that socialism is a bad policy. It's not that the statistics say this. That the problem with leftism is that leftism is the same as narcissism, and this is why I'm so upset that half the people sending me BS on Twitter, I can't tell if they're on the left or the right anymore. I can't tell whether or not they're an SJW because all these alt-right idiots are acting exactly like the SJWs.
Yeah.
I'm not upset because some idiot sends me. I'm upset that the parasite is everywhere.
Yeah.
And listen, you got to take the internet for what it is. Yeah, you got to. Is it improving your life? You know, when you go to the Roosh B forum, do you learn something useful? Do you is it funny? Are you getting a cathartic value out of it, or are you just engaged? Are you a bum fighting over garbage in an alley?
Mm. Yeah, you're right in this where you say the SJW, and you're in essence talking about parasited, paused, if you like, narcissistic people who've found themselves an in-group, and it's in essence the same creature that's received a different kind of programming, has had different experiences, but has come out at the other side exactly the same creature, which is this left versus right has become. I see this a lot in American politics, where you've got it where, obviously until Trump, in essence, destroyed the Republican Party, you had it where you had two political parties that were in essence the same, because you can use the tools of emotional manipulation and telling people what they want to hear and affirmation and virtue signaling. It doesn't have to be pushing towards a socialist utopia. It can be pushing towards anything. It works for any ideology.
Marshall McLuhan, the medium is the message.
Yeah.
And the medium of Top Keck and 1488 and Praise Meth, that is the exact same medium as there's no such thing as gender and free expression and don't judge me, bro.
Yeah. I tell you what, what really gets me, and this never stops making me laugh. Never stops making me laugh. Feminists, right? Well, feminists are hilarious anyway. But to be a talking head for feminism, all you have to be is someone who's memorized about 20 statistics and is emotionally disturbed and got a pretty face. And they will put you on television, they will give you a platform, you'll get to write for The Guardian, you'll get picked up everywhere. And they're the most vacuous, uneducated, ignorant people that you'll ever come across, But to step to the fore and be an advocate for that movement, the less you know, the more effective you are. And that just, it never ceases to amaze me just how fucking stupid those people are. And they are infantilizing. Now that's something I do hate amongst these simplified movements, because you've got so many of these disparate movements that are in essence, again, telling people what they want to hear, emotionally manipulating. Some are more complicated than others. Feminism is the most simplistic programming. You get it where, I mean, I run across people who are into the occult and New Age and think they're magicians and people like that.
Well, let me jump in for a second here. The funny thing is that atheist cult is just as absolutely toxic as all of these New Age woo cults.
Yeah, I think.
And they are just as equally unreasonable.
Yeah, I make the point with them as well as the problem with, do you know the problem with atheism? Really, I'll put it down to something so simple as this. They oppose religion, but the word religion is rubbish and should be thrown away, because the word religion lumps in so many disparate people, disparate beliefs, different ideologies, different cultures, different everything. So if you give that the one label and call it just religion, and then they oppose religion.
Except they are a religion.
Of course they're a religion.
They're a whole set of ontological statements and absolute belief.
Yeah.
You know, like the thing is.
Yeah, the lack of self-awareness is astounding with those people, I have to say.
You know, quite frankly, dude, look into the prophecies from the lady. Oh my God, I can't remember right now. The Spanish village, 3 girls. They're lying about the 3rd prophecy because, you know, it talks about the anti-Pope Bergoglio. Anyway, if you actually look into the history of miracles and prophecies, there is enough that you should be saying, you know, maybe there's something to all of this. Maybe there's something going on here. But they don't do that.
I don't go with that. I don't go with that sort of point to the miracles and say. But I reckon I could take on in debate any atheist and just rip them to pieces anyway, just based on my subjective understanding of reality. I reckon I could certainly reason with one and even turn. I mean, I've turned a few atheists into Christians or people who understand values. I've actually converted quite a few atheists, because atheism is incredibly simplistic. It's just a matter of I'm against, and behind that I'm against is usually shame. I find it's like they've done things that they're ashamed of themselves for, because they've gone against what is the golden rules of morality, and blame religion for there being such a thing as morality that makes them feel guilty and ashamed about what they've done themselves. So
I have seen that with a lot of Mormons. Yeah, well, with a lot of Mormons, I've seen that, who convert to atheism.
Well, the amazing atheist, he's probably the best example, a complete hypocrite, a total arsehole, someone who's totally disingenuous, dishonest, and a bully, a thug, yeah? And he's the amazing atheist. He's against all things theology, and in essence doesn't ever come up with any compelling rhetoric, just mocks. And he's the same guy who puts out stories of himself getting involved with trannies and filming himself sticking bananas up his arsehole and things like that. It's like that's an atheist. He's someone who's terribly fucked up, terribly in need of attention, just to reaffirm his own existence, because without the attention he'd get, he would probably kill himself, because he'd be nobody, he'd just fall into an abyss.
Well, if you want a small example of the amazing atheist's duplicity, I remember he was on Twitter back like around December or so talking about how he's a political moderate. Now keep in mind, he endorsed Bernie
it's funny how
Sanders.
All those political... Sorry, go on.
He endorsed Bernie Sanders for president. Bernie Sanders, the most far-left presidential candidate running for a major party we've had in possibly American history. He's calling himself a moderate. So I actually called him out on this. And mind you, this is on my new Twitter account when I had like 200 followers. And he actually responds. Like I said something to the effect of, yeah, a moderate would not endorse Bernie Sanders. He's like, oh, well, I'm socially moderate, not necessarily economically moderate. I'm like, yeah. You can't just come out and say it, banana fucker.
Yeah. They say that hypocrite atheist, it's in essence, you've done a lot of things in your life where you've fucked a lot of people over, you've told a lot of lies, you've taken a lot of people's money from them, you've made a lot of promises that you can't keep. You feel bad about that, therefore religion is bad because religion tells me the things I've done in my life are bad. So therefore I'm an atheist and I'm anti-religion, because it's a shifting of the blame. It's like a triangulation.
You know what it is?
I don't need religion to tell me what's good, right from wrong. Now, excuse me while I drip chocolate all over my asshole.
And it is so clearly egocentric. Listen, last night I was having let's call it a disagreement with a good friend of mine who is a young Earth creationist. You know? And I was saying to him, it's like, listen, you're taking the Bible as some sort of giant literal thing when it's not meant, like, it's obviously not a literal thing. It's a history, it's a story, and he's saying to me, like, listen, you accept the words of Jesus Christ, and if you believe in evolution, you're a complete filthy hypocrite. You know, you can't do both. And finally we said, all right, whatever, we're going to disagree on this. And then we changed the topic, and we're friends.
One of these
and you can do that when you're an adult. I've noticed people seem to have lost the ability to just be able to say, "Nah, all right, fine, we did agree. Let's talk about something else." They can't do it. It's like they've lost the ability to compartmentalize what they like versus who they are, and they take it that if you don't like what they like, you don't like them as a person. And it's fucking amazing to me just how lost this is on people around my own age, or even people who are just a little older than me. How they just cannot accept the fact that some people just say things that you don't like. They just said, I'll give you a good example. We're just talking about atheists. This is amazing. I actually made a video I'll upload probably in the next couple of days. He's talking. The video is called Christian Stupidity, right? And he starts the video off by just mocking some white people. I don't know. They're just whatever. He gets to this part of the video where he's doing this response to this guy named Hunter Avalon. I don't know if you guys know who Hunter is, but Hunter was talking about the "Don't Judge Me" challenge, where a bunch of narcissistic kids would put on makeup on their face and then take it off and they'd be super attractive. It was bullshit. And he was talking about that. Now, the thing that's interesting about the atheist video is the fact that for 2 minutes, he is agreeing with Hunter consistently. He's saying, yeah, this is a good point here. This is a good point. Hunter literally mentions the word God. He literally just says, we're all made in the image of God. The atheist is like, I'm done. I'm not watching this video anymore. Turns it off. That's all he had to do. He just mentioned God, and he was done watching the video. Even though we could see consistently for 2 minutes, he was agreeing with what Hunter was saying. And that's just an amazing point. Just cannot accept the fact that some people feel differently about something.
That's the power of language, that, Zarius. That is where you've hit a word, a buzzword. You've hit a buzzword in the guy's head, and he's gone, ding, triggered. I used to chat to a guy who he wrote a book on narcissism that was actually quite good, and he's been in contact with me again recently, wanting to have a chat about his woman trouble. But I used to get into conversations with him, and he was one of these people who claims to be a libertarian. We don't need this, we don't need that, and he's like one of these anarcho type people. And every time I'd say the words God, religion, Christianity, based on him saying we need a new society, and I'm saying, well, our society we've got is built on law and order, which is in essence the transplantation and carving in stone of Christian values to create an equitable system. Soon as you touched on any of them words, boom, explode. Why does it always have to be about religion? Religion is an evil thing. How? And then start going into these almighty rants about, do you realise how many people religion has killed? Like, no, it's just knowledge. People did that.
Actually, 99%
it's just knowledge, yeah.
99% of the wars in history are about the same things. War never changes, buddy.
No, people don't change.
The Crusades were not a religious war.
I was just about to say that, yeah.
Religion was used to organize them, but they were a defensive war against piracy and invasion and enslavement and rape and theft.
Yeah.
You know, that's like saying, like a community watch organization goes to the local church to figure out where the patrol routes will be to stop the home break-ins, and calling that a religious war.
Well, I know that I know that if you give me a claw hammer, I could probably kill you with it. Does that knowledge make me a murderer? Is that knowledge dangerous?
And listen, like I think this is proof. The proof is in the pudding right here. I mean, Brother John, unless by mistake you're an atheist, are you not?
I'm both. I reckon I've got like a unified religious and scientific belief system that works all at the same time.
And like I'm a very intense Catholic. Artistic Layman is a filthy Protestant. He is a very observant Protestant.
I think you can be
a Catholic. Zarius is a Christian ... pending, and we can have conversations.
Well, I think that atheism is just bullshit.
And then we've got Undertow, who worships Cthulhu. Well,
if you were to ask me what God was, I go with that Rosicrucian Freemasonic understanding of the grand architect of the universe. It's to say that we're in the middle of something that can be explained. So I mean, it's I'd say I'm an atheist and a Christian at the same time, because I don't see that there's any reason for the two to be separate. Where it becomes separate is where these fuckers who put themselves to the front of atheism are actually anti-theist. Where you as an atheist, I think you should be a theist. You should be a master of theology to call yourself an atheist. And if you're a master of theology, the notion of being against religion just black and white is absurd.
Well, and at the core of the modern atheism, neo-atheists or whatever, the whole skeptic movement is a desire to be right all the time, rather than a genuine curiosity in the nature of reality.
Well, they call it
really damning fact. I'm not going to name names. I think you all know who I'm talking about. Whenever this individual goes off and exposes some sort of pseudoscience BS that's running a Kickstarter, absolutely brilliant. You know, he applies reason and logic and scientific fact to some pseudoscience nonsense by people that are either scam artists or pie-in-the-sky dreamers. It's great. But anytime this person ventures away from the strict engineering realities, they wind up going half-cocked and getting things completely wrong and having no idea what they're talking about. And
getting triggered.
Basically, they've been triggered because their faith, they have a foundational faith in liberalism and atheism and secularism, which is like, you know what? I'm willing to die for the sake of my faith, but I don't know if I'm willing to kill for it. These people are willing to kill for their faith, so they've got more faith in secularism than I have in God.
Actually, I listened to the audiobook for Mere Christianity last night. The entire thing, finally got around to doing that. And one thing that C.S. Lewis notes that really stood out to me was a young man who leaves the church because, you know, he has genuine doubts and everything and goes off to try and find what he thinks is the real truth. That man is in himself probably closer to the spirit of Christ at that point than he has been before. Because, again, he is searching for the truth. And as you said, a lot of the atheist cult that we see now is completely... They already know what their conclusions are going to be before they begin.
That's it, yeah.
It's a bunch of mental masturbation
They've
to see
made their minds up.
Yeah, they go through all these hoops and twist themselves into knots just to prove how smart they are, that they can have this completely convoluted line of reasoning.
It is stupid that they believe it. It is impossible. Can you believe that they believe in this?
It's the Ben Sisko story arc, isn't it? Miracles happen to prepared souls.
You know what? I'll tell you my favorite. Just to go back to Star Wars. Star Wars geekery. My favorite part of the Ben Sisko story arc is when he started like falling into religious delusion when they found that ancient city, and he actually messed a whole bunch of stuff up. I actually really like that part of it because if you are a religious person, you do got to keep it in check, lest you go crazy.
Oh, I say I just don't go for anything. I don't believe in anything supernatural. I think superstition and believing in the supernatural is magical thinking. Magical thinking has you waiting for a miracle. Waiting for a miracle never did anyone any good.
I was of the same opinion until I began learning a lot more about quantum theory and the non-linearity of time and those sorts of concepts. The whole something. This is actually something that I was very surprised to hear in Mere Christianity when I listened to that audiobook, was the idea of God existing outside of time and the supernatural existing outside of time. I mentioned this once in a conversation I had with John Steele that I am of the opinion that since space and time are often considered this one thing of space-time, I think that time is actually a spatial dimension, and we happen to be all stuck in the same kind of medium, you know, like we're all sliding in molasses or something at the same speed. But what's going on? What's this noise?
Who's singing?
Who's singing?
I think Zarius is summoning a demon.
Oh Lord!
No, that's my little sister. I don't know what she's doing.
Okay.
Sorry.
I was just making sure that I wasn't accidentally tapping into the CIA again. Anyway, no, but the thing that I found very compelling is Brother John, have you ever read a story called Flatland?
No.
You would find this very interesting. This was written by, I believe, a Gregorian monk, if I remember correctly.
Those crazy Catholics.
Those crazy Catholics.
Before we even have science.
No, but it's about a protagonist named Mr. Square, and he lives in two dimensions, and in his world, the more angles you have, the holier and the higher caste you are. So the worker drones are triangles, the high priests are circles, etc., etc. Now he has an experience where he suddenly has a circle appear before him and get bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and then get smaller and smaller and smaller and smaller and disappear. And he is utterly flabbergasted until this circle reappears and introduces itself. It says, "Hi, I'm from the third dimension. My name is Mr. Sphere." And basically, when you look at this,
burn him at the cross.
Exactly. And when you look at Flatland, a two-dimensional world, from our point of view, it's on a table. You can look through the walls of these people's houses, and you can see, you know, because it's just to us, it's just like a sketch on a piece of paper. That's their world.
It's just
we can see when they eat food, it just, you know, sort of absorbs into them like amoebas on a microscope, and you know, you can see inside of them. The same is what the whole point of the exercise in the story is, to sort of posit that this may be part of the mechanism through which what we call the supernatural works. Something that exists in 4 spatial dimensions would be able to see us, like they could see inside of us without having to open us up, if you follow me.
Right.
I would argue that could also, they could predict free will without negating free will.
Right.
Well, just to tell you my background in the old spiritual game,
Mm-hmm.
a guy gave me a book about hermetics about 10 years ago, and I got to about page, I read about 4 chapters of it, and then it basically outlined a way of training yourself to see the world. through combinations of elements, and to be able to see how everything in the world is actually analog, and that all human inventions and ideas actually come from stimuli in the natural world. And I got to a certain level of this book, and it said, right, now put this book down for 5 years and pick it up again in 5 years. And I've never picked it back up again because I've still been training myself to see the world like that. And then as I was starting to see the world as being hermetic, I then got really interested in quantum physics and sort of found the work of that Nazim Haramein, and then started to see the world then as being a electromagnetic duality. So I spent a couple of years seeing the world as that. And then once I'd worked out more or less how every system worked, whether it be mechanical, electronic, biological, once I'd worked all that out, I was quite confident that I understood how the world worked. And then found that the last thing I needed to really learn about was myself and others. I'd never come to terms with the way I was raised, being the fundamental as to where my integrity was, how I reacted to stimuli, how I behaved. So I'd say that my sort of understanding of the world is one of Freemasonry, Rosicrucian understandings of the world you can't see, the spiritual world, in essence being one that's linguistic and one that we envision in our imaginations. Like, we can have a conversation, I can describe something to you, you can picture it, that sort of thing. Mm-hmm. And then a rediscovery of the amazing lessons about people in the Bible, then applying that to the understandings I'd already gained of the world through looking at it through hermetics. So start reading the Bible with a perspective of hermetics, and you come to understand that really everything you need to know about the nature of people is in that book.
Yeah.
So it's a matter of, I look at the Bible not as a sort of a furry story set of analogies. I look at it as a pantheon, or a great gathering of information about how human beings behave, and the things that people who are kind of lost can experience. So my understanding of religion is like, it's, I mean, I'd happily, I mean, I'd love to have a hangout like this and just talk to Davis about my understandings of religion and his.
I don't really know what you mean by hermetics, though. I do need a little bip of help with what that means.
That's the mystery school of ancient Greece. That's Thoth, Hermes. That's the old priest class method of understanding the world. A very ancient, holistic understanding of the world, which is at the fundamental of what would be known once upon a time as sorcery.
Okay.
Is actually just mastery of is a certain holistic understanding of the world around you and others.
Right. And that makes some sense to me as well. Yeah.
But you can actually, the strange thing is with that is you can actually incorporate Sun Tzu into it, and it makes perfect sense as well.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was actually recently listening to, I can't remember his name now. There's a YouTube channel that I recently was subscribed to called Reality Calls. Very nice British girl. I think she lives in America now. But she put up a video called Relationship Advice for Men in the Alt-Right. And she begins, hello, we're going to be doing this. And so I got out my tarot deck, and I said, hold on now, excuse me, what? And basically, she was citing this scientist's work and everything, but it was more of using sort of the old world, what you would consider psychic powers or whatever. It was more so just a form of guided self-reflection, as opposed to something actually supernatural. Now,
if you haven't got free will, you've always got divination. You can actually fall back on divination. It's like to look, that the people who do that actually are looking too far back in time for wisdom. You shouldn't look for, as far as I'm concerned, apart from the Bible, which was written by some exceptional people, you shouldn't look to the Middle Ages for wisdom because it seems to have been in very short supply.
I'm going to have to disagree with you there, but that's for another discussion.
I'll give you a top tip from sort of my understanding of the spiritual as far when people like that are concerned, right? If you've got a rational, logical mind, and you're not so emotionally triggerable, you've not got so many biases about as to what the world is that are based on fanciful associations. It's very, very difficult to use a rational brain to work out what someone who's just batshit crazy are thinking, because their way of thinking is based on biases, emotions, hatred, resentment. It's very difficult to sort of use your brain to try and rationalize what that person's doing. So instead of using your rational brain to work out what they might do next, send for an astrologer, get out the tarot cards, because that is going to be a better guide as to what someone who is in essence a swirling force of nature might do next, as opposed to you trying to rationalize it. So if I found myself in a war with a fanatic, I would be checking their horoscopes.
By the way, folks, anybody listening in the audience there, have you got a question that you want to toss in? I know
You lost having all nature of trouble.
Up on YouTube. 6 months later, they might get back to me. But feel free to leave a question in the comments. I'll be hitting F5 every so often, and we can get to those because there's some really good comments thus far.
Yeah. If I could go back to what you were saying about using your rational mind. This is one of the reasons that I am such a huge fan of Lovecraft, actually, is because he, in his writings, really captured that there is an element of the universe that we cannot understand. Now, for him, being the atheist that he was, it was incredibly maddening to think that there would be something that he couldn't wrap his head around. However, for me, as a man of faith, I do not find that so threatening to think that, there are certain things that I am just not capable of understanding.
Brief aside, one of my favorite role-playing games is Call of Cthulhu. When Asymmetrical Warfare is the best DM for that game I've ever played, and I play a paladin in that game. Even though you're not supposed to be able to play a paladin, I do anyway. And I think
because he's a Templar.
It's what you're saying, Undertow. It's part of the Catholic mindset is a acceptance of the fact that history is a long, slow, gradual defeat, and accepting that. And really, and this is why I get so. The reason I care about these people that are lost into this narcissistic world is that, the final battle's coming, and every single one of them gets lost into that world. That's one more soul on the enemy side.
Yeah. I mean, if you really want to get into the Catholic mindset, you have to read Lord of the Rings and really understand the whole point of that book.
Mm-hmm. And welcome, Hassan.
Well, thank you for welcoming me.
So my swing of it is, I personally, and this might seem like I'm just being a bit of a dick here, he calls me for this, Davis, but I humanize everything.
Mm-hmm.
I don't believe that there is, I do believe there is a higher power, but I think that we're manifestations of it.
Man is the measure of all things.
Yeah, but I don't see that there's any dark places that aren't able to be understood. So there is no mystery.
Well, and actually, let me just brief aside. You can get very, very close to God simply by studying yourself and studying man.
Yeah.
And I think you've done that, Brother John. Like, obviously, we have some disagreements on the metaphysical the significance and the influence of the extent of the metaphysical.
I actually think the metaphysical is worse than you think it is. I think the world's in more trouble than you do.
Oh no, I'm just resigned to it, and I think it's funny. But no, this is the problem with atheist cult is that they know a little small amount about how the world works. Not really that much. Keep in mind that there is a bridge in Italy that the Romans built. Yeah, I was just listening to
Stefan. Yeah, we've got to earn it now.
They built a bridge. The Romans built a bridge that is still being used for modern vehicular traffic, and we can barely build skyscrapers. You know, the atheist cult, they think they know so much. They really don't know that much. And they refuse to admit that they don't know anything about human nature.
Actually, Davis, this was one of the first videos I saw from you, and you were like deconstructing the skeptical movement. The thing was, you had all the skeptics, but they went about all their time reconfirming all the things that the establishment had already told us. Like, you would have a skeptic come out and explain, yes, there is no Bigfoot. Yes, there is no Loch Ness Monster. The skeptics would never actually, like, dare challenge 9/11.
No, or even vaccinations. Did you know that there's a lawsuit going on right now in Japan over the cervical cancer vaccine?
Yeah, exactly.
There's a lawsuit, and it's looking like they're going to win.
I've got a theory about that cervical cancer vaccine. It's a good one. Do you know my conspiracy theory about that? Where it's been said to rot people's ovaries and things like that. I think that people lie. I think that people tell a lot of lies, and I think that promiscuous women, they tell more lies than anyone else. And I think that that vaccine has some kind of element to it where it's not supposed to be injected.
Brother John, let me interrupt you and say.
By the way,
let me interrupt you and say the promiscuous women are the most honest, God-fearing, salt-of-the-earth people you ever meet. They would never tell you something that isn't true.
Well, another thing is you're not going to find that many promiscuous women in Japan, right? That's kind of a big issue for them. No. I mean, you're going to find them. You're going to find them. Don't get me wrong, but it's kind of a big issue for them is that the women in Japan are so picky. That's part of the reason their population is suffering so badly right now.
Bollocks! That's an overgeneralization.
Don't you remember that classic Bang Japan book from Rushby?
Individuals, right? You're talking individuals here, and how many people have that adverse reaction to that injection? It's very few. So it's like, okay, so it's like its own straw poll. It's like if you come to the front, I'm thinking that the people who have these adverse reactions are already fucked up down there because they've got some STD or something like that.
That's what I'm saying is you're not going to find that many of them, which is why there's so few cases of that.
That's why there's so few. And then this other thing with vaccines that kills people off, right? There used to be a thing in the world called high infant mortality. And I know people who, I mean, just as this is the best example I can come up with, just anecdotal about this vaccine thing. I know a woman who's highly intolerant to egg protein, and if she eats anything that's got any trace of egg in it, her stomach starts to spasm and she has to roll up in a ball and take some pills, and she's incapacitated for about 4 or 5 hours every time. Now, if she was born 100 years ago, she would have died as a baby. She would have died as a baby. She wouldn't have made it out of the crib with that kind of allergic reaction. Now, I'm thinking that the vaccines that affect people and, in essence, do a lot of harm, you're actually finding, you're in essence weeding out a genetic defect. Where modern medicine makes it so a child that would have died because of a genetic defect would have died at a very young age. Modern medicine keeps them alive, and then these vaccines, which probably do contain actually something like an egg protein that someone can have an allergic reaction to. That then does untold damage to them. So
Actually, you know what? I'm gonna disagree with you, Brother John. This is why vaccines bother me. Is that listen, there is a very small argument to be had that people that have terrible genetics, that are allergic to peanuts, that die when they touch an earthworm, that they shouldn't have children. You know, I'm not. There's eugenics and there's eugenics, okay? Let's just leave it at that. But the problem with vaccinations, listen, if you have a disease that wreaks incredible havoc onto a population, you know, it really cripples people. It cripples them physically. It cripples them mentally. And we have a vaccine. Now, the thing about a vaccine is it's injecting poison into your body so that your body learns to handle poison. And you know what? If the poison it's dealing with is some terrible, terrible illness that is ruining lives, it's that, yeah, let's do that. Let's vaccinate the population to get rid of this thing, because people are suffering incredibly. But the problem with injecting people with poison is that that's not a good thing to do. In and of itself, it's not good. It probably won't harm you, but it might. And there's a cost trade-off. And when we're talking about something like polio, you know, my grandfather actually volunteered for World War. My maternal grandfather volunteered for World War II. He couldn't. He was not allowed to join because he had polio. His body was too damaged for him to fight in the war. You know, my great grandfather on my father's side, he did serve in World War II. And that's something that vaccinations for that are a great idea. Vaccinations for the common flu, however, let's inject people with poison. And it's a very, very mild poison. Polio is kind of a hardcore poison. Common flu is a minor poison. But let's inject vaccinations against the common flu for hospital workers, for daycare workers, for etc. You can have an argument there. That makes sense. But injecting the entire population with this for the common flu,
you just guaranteed that the flu is going to level up.
Listen, I've lived in 4 different climatic zones in the past 2 years, and every single time I move to a new climatic zone, I start getting infections. In fact, Luke, do you remember how swollen my finger was when you were visiting me?
A little bit, yeah.
That was a subcutaneous infection. I had to perform surgery upon myself to relieve that.
Wow.
It was kind of a hardcore deal. And that came from moving between these different climatic zones with different bugs and so forth. And you know what? I choose to harden my body against it. I'm not taking steroids. I'm not taking I am dealing with it myself. And there's not enough of that. There's not enough of you get the common flu, you eat dirt when you're a kid, you become more hardcore.
My automatic reaction now, whenever I have like a health issue, is to go online, Google home remedy, then list the issue. Believe it or not, half the time you can solve your issues just going to Whole Foods, buying some hippie bullshit, and that'll flush out your system and you'll be fine.
Yeah, buy some local organic milk and pick up all of the hormones that will, whatever the antivirals, whatever that garbage is in the whole milk that will protect you from the local bugs. We should not be getting vaccines for swine flu, for the common flu.
I just hydrate myself if I get something like that. I just go and get a big jug of a gallon of water and make sure I drink it in the entire day, and that usually works for most things, I find. Just hyperhydrate myself. That's usually my answer to everything. Even the flu, even colds.
Well, I literally dropped 20 pounds in 6 weeks just giving up white bread and sugar bullshit.
I live on sugar. It's what keeps me going. Do you want,
Hold it. I live on alcohol, so I don't have any room to judge, but still.
All right, we've got a question from Angelus Barney. What's the difference between Christianity and Mohammedism?
Hell of a lot.
Actually, you know what? I actually do have a good answer to this. The difference is Christianity believes God is love, and Islam basically believes God is power, and everything after that for both religions is just a question of commentary.
And when you're talking about power, it's it's going to be human, isn't it? It's going to be a subjective human experience of empowerment. So I'd say that their version of empowerment is how good it feels to come, how good it feels to subjugate, how good it feels to have moral, righteous indignation.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, exactly.
Whereas
Undertow, you had something to say about this?
No, I just
if this person's listening, right? There's a great definition of love, isn't there, by St. Paul? It's in Corinthians. Is it Corinthians 12 or 13? That's where St. Paul says what love is. Now, if you think of this feminist version of empowerment, which is in essence like feeling good about yourself, getting your rocks off, that would be what many people believe to be love. Is in essence that warm and fuzzy feeling you get when. Yeah. Whereas, say, if you look at in Corinthians, I think it's Corinthians 12 or 13. Have a look at St. Paul's definition of what love is and how love behaves.
Love is willing the good of another person.
Mm-hmm. And love is not necessarily liking. You are to love your neighbor as you love yourself. To be quite frank, I don't really love myself very often. However, I do wish for my own good. This was something that was in what's it called, Mere Christianity, which I listened to last night.
I'll make a statement about Islam. Is that you really want to know why Islam is false? Is because the same rapist, murdering piece of slime, Muhammad, the hell-bound demon, that molested and raped Aisha, then turned into a white knight for his 14-year-old wife.
Yeah.
The girl he molested and raped became the only person that could tell him, shut up, you're being an idiot. And he would actually sit down. This 30, 40-year-old man would get lectured to by a 12, 14-year-old girl, and because he worshipped the pussy so hard, he would listen to her. She was the only person that could criticize him and get away with it without being put to death.
And you wonder why Islam hates women so much.
And it's the same thing as every single white knight, gamma male feminist, porn advocate piece of slime. These people also worship pussy and will do anything pussy tells them to, and they desperately want to molest young underage girls.
I think I saw the picture last night that defined Islam for me of this Christian father holding his daughter's headless body.
Oh, right.
Yeah, I saw that on Twitter, and I was like, you know what? That's the end. We do not have to. There is no more discussion now. Islam, we don't need it. It has to go. It has to be physically removed from our countries. Period.
Let me give this person who asked this question a bit of a reading. Right? Here's 1 Corinthians 13. Right? If I speak in the tongues of men or of angels, but do not have love, I am a resounding gong or clanging cymbal. If I have the gift of prophecy and can fathom all mysteries and all knowledge, and if I have faith that can move mountains but do not have love, I am nothing. If I give all I possess to the poor and give over my body to hardship that I may boast, but do not have love, I gain nothing. Love is patient, love is kind, love does not envy, it does not boast, it is not proud, it does not dishonor others, it is not self-seeking, it is not easily angered, it keeps no record of wrongs. Love does not delight in evil, but rejoices in truth. It always protects, always trusts, always loves, always perseveres. Love never fails. But where there are prophecies, they will cease. Where there are tongues, they will be stilled. Where there is knowledge, it will pass away. For we know in part, and we prophesy in part. But when completeness comes, what is in part disappears. When I was a child, I talked like a child, I thought like a child, I reasoned like a child. When I became a man, I put the ways of childhood behind me. For now we see only a reflection as in a mirror. Then we shall see face to face. Now I know in part, then I shall know fully, even as I am fully known. And now these three remain, faith, love, and hope, but the greatest of these is love. Now, that, to me, personally, I think that's actually the best piece of writing in all the history of literature. But that is Christian, that is what love is. Now, you talk about people who have fucking relationships with crazy women who always seem to remember all the bad things you ever did and never the good. That is not love. You know what I mean?
No. That isn't crazy women. That's just women.
Yeah, well, say that.
You know what?
Well, that's a bit mean. It's a little mean.
All you guys
Me
out there
say something a little mean? What?
You should do what I did. Get a really low-quality dog that has lots of personality problems, and then you'll spend all your time worrying about your stupid dog's personality problems instead of letting a bitch get into your life.
Not worrying about your own.
Well, if I can offer two ways to distinct Christianity from Mohammedanism, Jesus said, "The greatest love is to lay your life down for your friends." Muhammad said, "The greatest act is to kill while being killed."
Yeah.
Artistic Layman, you basically just gave the two proof verses of why these are diametrically opposed religions.
They're not compatible on any level. We can accept Buddhists and Hindus and Shintoists, even the Bushido. The Bushido method of honor is quite brutal, but I think we even have room for that.
Well, I mean, here's the thing:
for Mohammedans,
a Christian society can allow in like Hindus because they're basically pagans, and paganism can't stand up to Christianity. It always loses. It always loses.
Judaism. They're a sect of ancient Judaism, for crying out loud. They're no more pagan than the Jews are. I
just always
pagan than Hindus nowadays.
Well, I mean, I just look at Hinduism as like the last surviving pagan religion. It's kind of like a dinosaur that way.
I think you can look at Islam and see the construct within the person and say, hey, that's just communism from the Dark Ages. It's just another ideology that captures the imagination of those who are like, who am I? Who are nothing.
No. Islam is basically like if you wanted to prove the devil exists, Islam is the proof. It's like Satan showed up. Satan showed up and he went and gave his like Satanism 1.0. That was Islam. Then he appeared to Karl Marx and gave Satanism 2.0. That was Marxism.
Yeah, I'm saying about the same.
Here, you know what?
Christianity done right. Let me finish.
Oh, you're right.
Christianity done right puts an emphasis on, okay, there are rules. We can agree on the rules. These are the rules, and then gives a great onus on taking personal responsibility, which is just as far away from any of these ideologies as any other you'll find. It's about being true to yourself. It's about being honest. Now, totalitarianism, tyranny cannot face the truth. So as long as you're honest with yourself and others, you are a good Christian. In fact, you're the best Christian you'll find.
No. Christianity done right admits that Caesar is the proper ruler of the world, and that's the reason that Catholicism worked, because it acknowledged the king. That's the reason Orthodoxy works, because it acknowledges the Tsar. The reason Protestants don't work, it's because it's democracy, and it totally turns into Unitarianism.
Oh, ha, ha, ha.
But say, that render unto Caesar, I mean, that's a matter of transgressing the rules. I mean, Once you've broken the rules, you've killed somebody. It's a matter of, well, rendered unto Caesar, handed over to the police, handed over to the authorities. That's what it means. It's a matter of appreciate the powers of order. Christians are agents of order, and communists and Muslims are agents of chaos.
Yeah. Here's a quick difference between Christianity and Mohammedanism. Christians will have, they'll feed the poor, and Mohammedans will slit the throats of innocents. So there you go. That's about all you really need to know.
Okay, so I'd like to make one last statement on this topic. It's, Roosh pointed out in a recent video that Muslim women behave more traditionally than Catholic or Eastern Orthodox women, and he's got a bloody good point there. Yes, the foundational theology of that quote-unquote faith is completely satanic, but that does not mean saying that the theology is bad does not mean the people are bad.
No,
there's a very fine line of difference.
The people are bad because they kill.
And we should note, and this is something that Roosh vaguely pointed at, and Nassim Taleb has been pointing out on his Twitter feed. The real problem is really the Wahhabi bullshit that's been sponsored by Saudi Arabia
and the American government.
Oh, well, yeah.
Then you've got
the Content Foundation.
Well, then you've got the magical thinking narcissism and people who do crazy things. Islam I think enables that shit.
It's also worth pointing out that all of the terrorists in recent months have been bacon-eating, dick-sucking,
seeking redemption.
Basically, they all got to the point, they were a bunch of faggots, they were a bunch of degenerate Western faggots that said, my life, I didn't get the business opportunity, or my character on World of Warcraft died, or whatever, and they wanted to commit suicide, and they used Islam, they were used by, and they used Islam as an excuse to commit, well, if I murder all these people that I was sucking their dick last week, then I get to have 21 Aurini virgins.
Yeah, and the really sick ones who are into rape, which there's a few of them in the country I live in, they use the teachings of Islam as an excuse for their bad behavior to justify it to themselves.
So I mean, it's
a big enabler of bad behavior.
Well, this points out the fact a Catholic would never exploit a mentally ill person to go on a suicide mission. No. That's not how we roll.
No.
So this is an indictment of Islam, but at the same time, it's also a statement saying that the radical Muslims are also mentally ill.
Yeah.
So don't go hating on brown people like the 1488 crowd likes to do.
Oh no, it's not the brown people. It's the indoctrination.
Yeah,
exactly. It's the religion.
It's a very subtle thing that we're doing here, which actually leads into the next question, which is from John Doman saying.
Well, hold up. Center-right Federation, you wanted to say something?
Oh, hey, brother, you're here.
Oh no, I only agreed with what you said earlier. It has nothing to do with the brown people, like the 1488 like to say.
Okay, and that actually leads perfectly into our next question from John Doman. And he says, as a Catholic, I want nothing to do with the alt-right because of the racists in it. I like a lot of what Davis says, and honestly, I don't understand how a good Catholic like him, can reconcile racism with following Jesus. Doman, actually, a Catholic got me, you can translate this into Latin. How's it go? Omnes Catholico malum Catholicum est. All Catholics are bad Catholics, and I'm a terrible one. But thank you for the kind words.
I'll say that racism, the notion of racism, I mean, it's a matter of even the word racism is racist, and the word needs thrown in the bin. The word is nonsense.
Well, the word was originated by one of the worst people who ever lived.
Yeah.
Trotsky.
I mean, let's face it. Once you read the
Trotsky
biography,
was talking about a bunch of Polish farmers that didn't want a whole bunch of northern Middle Eastern. I'm not trying to be racist here, but they were
fell into the trap.
They were yeah. It's a word he invented to describe the fact that Polish farmers, uneducated Polish farmers, subsistence farmers, didn't like the idea of a bunch of filthy kulaks from a mountainous region with a completely different climate, culture, and religion moving into their small town. Sort of like what's happening with the migrant crisis right now. That's how the word racist got invented.
As soon as you say the word racist, you've muddied the water. As soon as you say that, because sometimes because of the way that language works, we have to generalize. Yeah, and then the word racism makes generalization
impossible.
Impossible, yeah. So you have to treat everybody on an individual basis. But saying that,
which
sometimes
you can't always do.
You can't always do, but sometimes generalization can be very, very useful. If you've got a group of people who are, have in essence got the same mental disorder, you can take a narcissist from one part of the world and a narcissist from other part and a completely other culture, and they'll both shift the blame. They'll both lie.
Mm-hmm.
So in certain cases, you can make a generalization because you've got people who exhibit the same patterns of behavior. So there's nuance to this. As soon as you use the word racism, you've made thinking in nuance and generalization a no-no. So it's like a thought-stopping word.
Mm-hmm.
Now, here's the thing. There was this double indoctrination going on when I was a kid. Because I heard the word nigger, but there was one word when I was a small child that was actually even worse, and that was Yankee.
I hate Yankees.
Amen.
Canadians got
and
more in common
honestly, if we had to build a wall, I want to build a wall against them.
Right across the Mason-Dixon.
No, just build a wall and physically remove all of them.
Wouldn't that be with the concept of racism?
Believe it or not, they aren't even. I actually figured this out really quickly, and this is something that is part of the conservatism. It's like the cucks actually made the. This is the thing that made them cucks. They realized, well, the Mexicans aren't as bad as the blacks.
Yeah.
Well, here's what I'd from a religious perspective. The Tower of Babylon. That's. We were talking about this earlier about how the original Uhura was she was a minor character, but she was distinctly black. She was a very authentic representation of a 20th century black woman. Whereas the new Uhura is an idealized representation of a Babylonian whore, which is what they're trying to build in the European Union. They're building a new Babylon where skin color doesn't matter, ancestry doesn't matter, morality and religion don't matter. All that matters is how useful you are and whether anybody wants to touch your genitals. This is Babylon.
And they've also confounded with the language. They've also fucked with the language. They've confounded us with new words and language. That's a Tower of Babel thing.
I believe that God wants multiple races and cultures upon the earth. And which isn't... Listen, there's always a little bit of bleed over at the borders.
Mm-hmm.
And I've really upset some white guys by pointing out that if you go back 2,000 years, you probably have a Jewish ancestor. They've gotten really angry at me for that, but
it's like another Shoah.
Well, you know what? It's like the most absolutely racist people had to admit, okay, Morocco has like 1% black ancestry. But we're going to make this crazy exception for him.
Oh yeah, he's allowed, but we're not allowed to talk to Brother Zarius here because he's 80% African. I don't even know.
Well, I
don't know either.
The thing with
and who the fuck cares?
The thing that's so annoying about the terminology of racism is nobody understands bell curves.
Nuance, isn't it? Racism's a black and white distinction.
Hold it. let's not forget, part of this is because the 1488ers that everyone talks about in the alt-right, they're basically just millennial SJWs who figured out, oh wait, we're going to get screwed in this deal.
Yeah. Yeah.
So they switched sides.
Well, it's a
And
matter
then they
of...
just went and made a photo negative of their whole ideology.
Well, you know what? Speaking of a pet peeve of mine is regression to the mean.
Regression to the mean.
Have you guys? Yeah, regression to the meme is what we should call it. Have you guys? Basically, what happens is that if you, okay, the real racists, they point out that a black person with a really high IQ, their children tend to have an IQ closer to the average mean IQ of the black race, and there are differences in average IQ between races. There's differences in musculature, in disease, in everything. There are differences. Race is a real concept, even if it's blurry at the edges. But they treat it like it's like, listen, boy, your people set with 85 IQ. That's just how God willed it. You're gonna be dragged back. No, you filthy, stupid moron. Regression to the mean. It's a statistical artifact. See, when you see anything exceptional, truly exceptional, when it's a baseball player that gets a lot of home runs one year, if it's a scientist that discovers the theory of gravity, any time there's something exceptional, it's basically 50% ability and 50% luck. Okay? So if you're a baseball player and you get the most home runs ever done, 50% of that is because you are a really good baseball player. The other 50% is that you were lucky. If you're the tallest person in your class, 50% of that is tall genes, 50% of that is eating a good diet. And so your children will inherit your genes to be tall, they'll inherit your genes to be a good basketball player, they'll inherit your genes to be intelligent. But they won't have the lucky, like the perfect storm that you had. If you're an amazing writer, your kids will probably be really good at English class, but they won't be amazing writers. You know, if you're an amazing actor, your kids will be really extroverted, but they won't be amazing actors. And that's all regression to the mean is. So if you meet somebody of another race with a really high IQ and you have babies with them, those babies are going to have the genes for really high IQ, period.
Davis, I agree with you completely, except the way I think about everything is in this. All people are equal parts nature, nurture, and choice. My issue with the left is that they only value that last one. You can choose to be whatever you want to be, you know, and instead of acknowledging the fact that your nature and the way you were brought up do, have an impact on the final product of a human being. And
well,
yeah,
the thing with the left is they're all about power. I mean, when you actually it's like Freud said, they're pure id. I mean, they're basically just a mass id, and all they care about is being in power. Yeah, they are completely about being. What can we say to get the proles to rally around us?
Mm-hmm.
It doesn't matter how completely dialectically it doesn't make sense. They're completely rhetorical, and it's completely about, oh yeah, we'll just say this and we'll be in power, and that's the end of it.
Well, it's sophistry, right?
Yeah,
it's exactly sophistry.
They'll acknowledge environment when it comes to blaming the people in charge for causing the environment, but when it comes to everything else, it's your choice.
Yeah, listen, am I the only one here that's played Dungeons and Dragons?
Nope.
No.
I absolutely love that game because it really You know what?
I could have played Dungeons and Dragons, but I trolled my best friend and said, I want to be a transsexual dwarf.
No. We had, listen, our ideal was an entire party of human fighters. That's what we wanted to achieve, although we never quite did. But
Dan's Volt intensifies.
We had a very low tolerance for anybody doing anything faggoty in our games. Like, I'm gonna ride on a dire cat. No, you aren't. You're gonna ride on a horse, asshole.
The magical realm.
Honestly, this could actually be an alt-right show if we could get a bunch of us and someone to be the dungeon master.
Sign me the hell up right now.
Oh, so what I'm getting at
actually, Undertow or like Mr. Mitoker would be the perfect like dungeon masters, but like just get a bunch of alt-right, like semi-alt-right guys, not completely insane alt-right guys who like want to rant about the Jews all the time.
Yes, the kite's race war now, Heil Hitler.
Listen, the reason I bring up Dungeons and Dragons is that you quickly learn that you need to specialize. Okay, Dungeons and Dragons is about taking your base stats and applying them in the most optimum way possible to be part of a team to get a higher goal accomplished. And listen, you can say you take the class fighters, and you can say that statistically fighters have higher strength, right? Until you get some asshole like my paladin's buddy Francois, the mighty French warrior, who put half of his points into charisma and the other half into dexterity because he was a coward, and wound up being a great duelist. Right? There's always exceptions. And as individuals, that's why I love D&D, because it's all statistics, it's all bell curves, it's all this. And yet it's nobody's best. And this is a really dorky way to talk about racism, but yes, statistically people are, like, black people are better at dancing. White people are better at committing genocide, you know? Like, you blacks have been trying to commit genocide for millennia. No. Whites know how to commit genocide. We're damn good at it.
Well, I mean, it's like my best friend is a swivel Bernie Sanders guy. But you know what? He's red-pilled. So he's on the Trump train. He understands how things are going. But here's the thing. When the latest Dungeons and Dragons thing came out, and it was like all black people.
What?
I mean, seriously, all these classes were black people, except for one. Barbarian was all white. The Barbarian was still white.
That is a little odd.
I mean, you can actually go through the Dungeons and Dragons book, and they went out of their way to like make halflings black, every other class black, which was the only.
Because back when I played D&D, every race had sub-races, and they would have different benefits and negatives to their base stat score.
Yeah, he's just
except
talking about
for
the
white people, which were all equal.
Yeah.
Or humans, I should say. Humans. Like, all races of humans are equal. But the dark elves and the high elves and the red elves were all different.
Yeah, I think he's just talking about the illustrations in the rulebook, though, right?
Yeah, I'm talking about the illustrations. Yeah, the illustrations went completely SJW. And even my best friend, who is like this... He's basically a troll who wants to be a swivel, but even he was like, okay, this is like stupid.
You know, there's a reason I play Pathfinder. If I played D&D, it'd be Pathfinder, not 4th edition garbage dildo factory.
It's 5th edition now.
Are you kidding? Like
everyone says that 5th is a lot better.
Whatever, 3.5 is where it's at.
Well, I mean, if we do this whole alt-right show, we're gonna do like 3.5 just to like be assholes.
You know, it's the implicitly traditional version of D&D, honestly.
Exactly, Undertow. Thank you.
E&D is really the last bastion of white identity, if we're being honest.
He is
Get out the common filth.
Just to jump in and just piss all over everything by slightly changing the subject. This is something I've been saying for fucking weeks, right? To you guys, alt-right, YouTubers, and nobody understands it. Nobody's picked up on it yet, right? You mentioned a few minutes ago, I say these leftists, all id, all rhetoric, all emotional language, yeah? I think that the people on the right make a mistake by doing things like citing sources and statistics, right? And making reasonable arguments. It's like, that doesn't work on these people.
Yeah.
The thing to do is to use emotional rhetoric like they do, use anecdote like they do, and actually emotionally manipulate the bastards like they do each other and themselves, but come from a different angle, come from your own angle doing it.
Troll the scum.
Yeah,
Brother John, we got some real. We were blessed with some really important comments from a true intellectual. I just like to read them to everybody, and then I'm going to go, and you guys deal with it how you will. Quote from Neck Parkas Neck Spurnas. I feel like this whole group uses language to emasculate people that they feel they are interlocutors, but don't engage, period, because they themselves are emasculated. I mean, seriously, you all sound like fascist caricatures. Also, none of you understand bell curves. Get some jobs, keep busy, and maybe you'll be less petulant. Dialectically makes sense. A dialectic is the process of synthesis between thesis and antithesis. Ugh. If you need to sound smart, at least use words you understand.
Okay.
How's freshman year at college philosophy?
Send him a link. Right, send him a link to this hangout, and I'll just rip him a new one using northwest of England slang and just insults.
Yeah, and actually, that's I would if I knew how to without. Yeah, that's my thing.
You know what? We do have someone to send this bullshit to. And his name is Michael Anisimov.
Yeah. Listen, like you and
just send all of the complaints about the alt right. Just tell them our self-complained leader is Michael Anisimov. Just send it all to him.
He's a shit shield. Send him. Yeah, do it. We need a shit shield.
Yeah, I mean, he's our leader. Just declare him to be our leader. He is the leader of Neo-Reaction and the alt-right.
He's the leader of Gamergate.
He is the leader of Gamergate.
He is the king of the new America. He is the king of the new flesh.
He is the leader of the Trump movement.
Blessed be our great leader, and may all his Sonic 3 sessions be sexy.
Yeah, I mean, just send all questions to him. He is the one we will defer to. The actual Pope right now, believe it or not, is not Francis. Cardinal Bergoglio is just a pretender. He's just there, standing around. It's actually Mike Anisimov.
Yeah, Pope Francis is being his shit shield. He's just a buffer, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, actually, Mike Anisimov is actually Jesus Christ. Jesus picked his, representative on Earth, and it is Mike Anisimov.
So yeah, have you got the guy's? Send the guy's email address. Just address all his complaints to that guy, or he can come in here.
No, trust me. People can find Mike Anisimov really easy.
Oh, fair enough.
It's not that easy. It's not that hard.
I like telling people to fuck off. So I mean, I ain't got a problem stepping up and taking the shit shield job. If it's just a matter of telling people to fuck off, I mean, I love it. I've been doing it for years. So I'm from the north of England. This is like crabs in a bucket our idea of fun is to humiliate and destroy each other verbally. That's what we do for a laugh. That's our culture. So it's a matter of, I'm actually, I'm like behaving myself in a hangout here. You should only talk to the people around here. Fuck. Easy.
No, hold it. Artistic Layman, you wanted to rant about something, so go ahead.
Oh, did I? Well, how long ago was this?
I don't know. Just go ahead and rant about anything. I don't care.
Yeah, I'd love to hear him rant. I never really hear him that angry about anything.
I'm probably more angry at my video games than anything else. But oh wow, what was our last topic before this? It was about
oh yes, we were arguing about Earthbound.
Oh yes. Whenever people bring up the topic of race, I can't think of revising George Carlin's little comment about rape. He said, "Oh, there's some things you can't talk about. You can't joke about it. Well, you can talk about rape, or you can talk about race, but you can't joke about it." I look at them and go, "Screw you! I think racism is hilarious. Why do you say that?"
Okay, Zers, what do you want to rant about?
Anything?
Go ahead.
What's the topic? I mean, is it?
You can say how offended you are by a bunch of us honkies here saying such awful things to you.
I can rant. I mean,
just rant about like how women suck.
Talk about how great the new Ghostbusters was.
You're putting him on the spot.
I haven't seen it. I gotta see it.
No, you don't. No, you don't.
No.
I have to.
There was a Ghostbusters movie made back in 1984. The only thing we need to see, and everything after that is just like fan fiction.
I can't knock it till I try it. I don't. I have to.
Yeah, you
have to know.
I don't have to jump off a bridge to know that that's not a good idea.
I
don't need that.
It's telling that James Rolfe waited until after Ghostbusters, the reboot, bombed to release his commentary on the Ghostbusters cartoon series.
Yes.
I was tempted to make a YouTube video about what a bad film the 1984 Ghostbusters is.
You can go fuck yourself.
I watched it.
No one cares about your stupid opinion about
I don't give a fuck.
Neither do
we don't either.
Neither do we.
It's
a perfect movie. Shut up.
No, it's not.
It really is.
That Venkman character, it'd have been a better film if he'd have died, because he's a dick. He's horrible.
Well, that's why
it's funny for you to say.
It's not funny. I can't. He's like that guy. He might be funny to watching a movie, but if you had to work with the guy, you'd kill him and just fucking put him in one of them lockers. You'd be like, "Have you seen him?" No.
Well, Brother John, Bakeman is who I am in real life.
Oh well, fuck you. You don't want to be like that. You go and get some therapy. Go and get some fucking therapy.
Well, I don't want to like talk to some
Jew. It's a rough and tumble place.
He's a fucking knobhead. He's like, he's just like an ugly looking. Like he's got a face. I don't know what's happened to his face in his life, but he's just ugly. He's got fucking bad hair and big ears, and he's the laziest, fucking most lecherous. It's like. This guy is, as far as women go, probably the last fucking turkey in the shop. You know what I mean? It's like, the best he can offer.
Here's the deal, Brother John. Here are my choices. A bullet in the head, some cucky Southern Baptist, or I can go to Father Newman down at, the Catholic Church and, give up my sex life. That's basically my choices.
Well, I say that guy. I watched that film the other week just to say, I haven't seen this in 20 years. Let's see if it's any good. And I'm like, that character is a fucking creepy cunt. It's like, oh my god.
That's the joke, though. That's what makes him funny. Is that?
No, he's not funny. He's not. Creepy cunts are not funny.
In that movie.
The only thing that's actually the thing is where the comedy comes from is him. The funniest parts of that film are him taking the piss and manipulating the other two, and that where it's like that where he goes in and he remortgages his house and it's like 16%. You didn't even negotiate with that guy. That's funny.
Yeah,
I like that. But say otherwise, it's like this is not a good film. It's like I saw it when I was 10 and 9. And I'm like, when I was 10 and 9, I thought it was great. I watch it now at 41, and I'm thinking, this isn't as good as I thought it was.
I saw it when I was 18, so I thought it was awesome.
Here's the thing with me. I got into the Ghostbusters with the original cartoon, which was Ghostbusters with the Model T and the gorilla.
Oh, that the Ghostbusters. No, wait, that just came out.
Yeah, I mean, that's the one that I got into.
No, the one with the gorilla just came out, though.
Well, I mean, that's out there. But
that's racist.
No, I'm not saying
we're not talking about our proper...
That one girl does.
Yeah, I mean, we're not talking about...
It's a hilarious thing behind all of that.
I mean, we do need to, like, start praying and sacrificing some virgins. That has to go down so that Harambe can, like, re-arise and be our emperor.
What?
Harambe. The fucking gorilla.
No. I know what he's talking about. I'm just confused as to why he even brought it up.
Yeah, me too. Nice bit of gaslighting.
Well, I mean, Davis came back, so, you know, I had to, like, come up with something crazy.
Do you guys actually know the history of that? See, what happened is back in the 50s, there was an obscure show. And listen, back in the 50s...
It was actually 60s.
60s, yeah.
60s, whatever. Nitpicker.
Same thing, right?
Yeah,
well, no,
back in the old time.
Hold it.
Wait.
Hold it.
I'm going to pull some Doctor Who into this.
Yeah, the 50s were sane. The 60s were insane.
Listen, I'm not talking about the culture. I'm talking about television. And so...
Okay, the same thing. The same thing.
Oy vey, what do you mean culture isn't television?
So, listen, one of the sad things about Doctor Who, and most people don't know this.
Davis, do we need to, like, put an echo on everything you say from now on?
What?
Yeah, you know what? Hostum Populi. You can lick me where I crap. Anyway, what I'm trying to get at is that there's a funny story between the Ghostbusters versus the real Ghostbusters. Back in the 60s, or actually 1955, asshole, so I was correct. Back in 1955, the Brits started off this funny little thing called Doctor Who about a space scientist with a teleporting time machine. And back then, there was no such thing as reruns. And they had no idea that Doctor Who would become popular. And so to save money, they used to re-record over top. It's like, you remember recording VHS tapes and recording your favorite programs? They would re-record over top of those. So about 50% of the first 10 years of Doctor Who is lost. We have no idea what it even was.
They actually found Doctor Who episodes in, like, Darkest Africa.
Yeah, exactly. It's all about, seriously, every so often you'll find out that some BBC affiliate down in Darkest Africa had been sent some of the original tapes, and they've been sitting in a warehouse for 50 years, and they'll come across them, and somebody will know what they are, and they'll get released to the public.
Well, I mean, that's
a good 30%.
It's kind of like it's kind of like the Star Wars holiday episode, where if you actually watch closely on the bootleg videos of it, you see like this. Basically, the reason we had this bootleg is because somebody in 1978 had an early VCR.
I really gotta send you a Medal of Saint Benedict, and you gotta hang it around your sister's. She'll be all right.
Well, I don't have a sister. I have a sister-in-law, and
not you, Zarius.
Okay, well, Sirius is like the most pure one here, so.
He's the least worst of us. I mean, isn't this funny? We're talking about like race realism, and the least degenerate person is the black man on this conversation.
Hey, now you don't know nothing about me.
Yeah, I'm not degenerate. Fuck you. I use bad language and I smoke, but I'm not a fucking degenerate.
Luke,
well, I mean, Undertow, you're. Yeah. Undertow, you're kind of like the neo-reactionary purist, just so you know, whatever.
What do you mean?
I'm the typical Italian Catholic.
Yeah, and I'm the southern racist Confederate who just wants to burn the whole world down. So.
Hey, no, I'm a Confederate. I just don't want to burn the world down.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's why I just like dismissed you as like, okay, he isn't as pure as me.
Oh.
So my funny story. My brother, the race traitor, with the Japanese wife who's actually having children, unlike all of the 1488s.
Mm-hmm.
His Japanese wife once commented to him that, you know what, your family is completely composed of atheists, and yet they all act like they're Catholic.
All being Italian, isn't it?
Yeah. Hey, forget about it.
Well, I mean, notice how all of our like rulers behave like Jews. So, you know.
No.
You're getting into some dark age anti-Semitism there.
Yeah, Middle Age stuff.
I didn't mean that they were like, you know, money-grubbing Jews. I just meant that they were Orthodox Talmudic Jews. And that's perfectly acceptable behavior.
How did we get to this from Ghostbusters?
Someone
What
like
are you trying to
Because
point out?
I don't
Zarius'
know. That's a
sister
good
started-
question.
No, it's because Zarius' sister started singing. That's
No,
actually.
it's not. Shifting the blame.
Yeah,
that's-
I mean, honestly, it's because Zarius is an anti-Semite, and he, like, corrupted me. If it hadn't been for him corrupting me, I never
can't
would have
help-
made these anti-Semitic comments.
You know, to be completely honest, I'm still not entirely sure why people don't like Jews. if I'm going to be completely honest, it still confuses me.
It's about shifting the blame. I mean,
Yeah,
they
a lot of it is.
they are
Yeah, just
history's middlemen.
yeah.
Now, people, if you don't understand anything about commerce, you don't understand what it takes to get this, you know, get your bottle of ginger ale to your front door. So all of a sudden you start to think that guy in the middle's price gouging. Yeah? And then when governments fuck the job up totally and run out of money, they shift the blame onto the Jews too. So then you go out with a pogrom and have a pogrom with a load of clubs and kill a load of fucking Jews. And they're like, yeah, you're right, won't kill them, blame them.
Well,
Actually, you know what, wait, let's go back to Old Testament. The Old Testament explains perfectly why people hate the Jews. It's the same reason the Jews in the Old Testament hated the Assyrians. Because anytime a people becomes sinful, a sojourner is sent into their midst to exploit them. And so the 1488 crowd, they are so angry at the Jews selling pornography, at the Jews selling Hollywood toxins, at the Jews selling etc., etc., etc. The Jews were sent into your midst because you are a sinful people.
Yeah, the merchant.
And you know what? And let's be more direct with the American peoples. The American people is roughly, it's 20% black and 80% white, and the white are angry at the black for coming in and madicking the white women, and the blacks are so angry at the white for coming in and tricking them into buying Nike sneakers. To really dumb it down, but you know why the whites and the blacks are enemies and not allies? It's because they are both degenerate people.
Well, it's because of
if the whites would be good whites, and if the blacks would be good blacks, they would be great allies to one another.
Mm-hmm.
But because they are degenerates, because they are cowards, because they are lazy, they are morally weak, they are enemies, and they are sojourners against one another, rather than united elements within the same nation, which is what they ought to be.
And if I could speak to the alt-right, you know, the hardcore 1488ers who think that Hitler did nothing wrong and all that, what a lot of the problem with the, you know, sort of the poll user is they're very pro-nationalism, very anti-globalism. Now, globalism is inherently in the favor of banking, especially international banking, obviously. And since Jews have pretty much always, for the majority of the history that we have recorded have been the ones being, the merchants and the bankers and the back and forth and all this. They all are overrepresented in the globalist elites who are milking the world dry. And they think, oh, clearly this is because they have a concerted effort to kill everybody else. No, they don't.
No. They're a bunch of nepotistic sons of bitches.
No,
it's just a matter of what the history has led up to. Now, the thing is, you can get upset at, the Jews are selling the pornography and everything, but remember, a merchant has to have a customer.
A merchant, mosquitoes only thrive in swamps. A merchant needs a customer.
And these 1488ers are basically porn addicts.
And quite frankly, would 1488 be thriving without the degenerate whites? Would they have any recruiting ability? And I mean, listen. I think it was who's that Black Power guy I like?
Sotomayor.
Sotomayor posted a video saying, "Hey, white folk, don't tell us how to do our Black Power." You know what?
You're not a Black Power guy.
You know what? Yeah. I'm going to point out. I'm going to point out that hey, us blacks and whites we ought to be allies. We ought to be friends. I'm going to point that out, but I'm not going to tell. I'm going to point out the statistics. I'm going to say that white folk have legit grievances, but I'm not going to tell black folk what to do. So I agree with that. So that's not what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to point out that we are all on the side of justice, of advancement, and so forth. That really ought to be the starting place. Like, yeah, we are different. Let's be frank about it. We're different people, but we're all on the side of justice.
If you stick labels on things like Jews, like blacks, like whites, right? You're never going to get anywhere. You're never going to make any progress at all, because in and amongst those groups, that old notion of they're not all like that is true. So if you start to just focus on the label and make that a thing, you're tarring everybody with the same brush, and while you're doing that, you're letting the guilty walk free. I mean, there's bad white people, there's bad people amongst degenerated criminal people amongst all races. As soon as you start to say, duh, race, you've just let the guilty guy walk free. I think you should always make individuals accountable.
Yeah, you know the old saying that the patriotism is the last refuge of the criminal? Something along those lines.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's whatever it is. Like, the criminal always tries to hide behind righteous motives. And listen, saying that black people got a right to exist, or white people got a right to exist, or the red man has a right to, that's a righteous motive. But the people that hide behind that generally have unrighteous motivations.
Yep. So if you don't go for the individual, if you go for the group, well, you've just given that guy a load of human shields. You've just made it so that everybody who's got this, I mean, these are fucked up notions, aren't they? Like black pride. It's like, what have you got to be proud of? Individually, you might have done something great and have a reason to be proud, but black pride, gay pride, any of these people who fall into this collective bullshit pride, as soon as you say, as soon as you start to attack the collective, the whole lot of them will come at you. Go after the individual. Go after Al Sharps and say that guy is a prick, a race-baiting prick. Don't go after black people.
Well, listen, you know what? I don't.
This isn't to say that
after him anymore. Like, I'm not really eager to go after David Duke. And actually, you know what? I don't even have that much of a problem with David Duke, quite frankly. I got a hell of a lot more of a problem with Cenk Younger than I do with David Duke.
Oh yeah, go after him. He is a fucking idiot. I mean, yeah, straight up. And don't go after Turkish people. Go after Cenk Uygur. Say that he is a fucking asshole. I mean, the thing is with him is, wow, you just cannot get through with the guy.
I really like, and man, this is turning into a gangbang. Listen,
I'm going to jump out in a minute. Go on.
Well, before Brother John leaves, is it true that he's defending Jews again?
I always defend. I defend everybody, mate. I go after the individual. If you deserve to get told you're a prick, you're a prick. I go after the individuals who are guilty. I don't go for any of this collective shit.
I was busting your balls, Brother John. Relax.
It's okay, mate. I'm just making my situation fucking plain. That's all.
Listen, don't this filthy Irishman. The only people that understand Irishmen are Dagos. Okay, so there's a reason I like them.
Yeah.
You should hear the shit I get on my channel when I start defending Freemasons. Whoa! Fuck me, that goes down well.
Well, I mean, America went south once we let the Irish in. I mean, there's no disputing this.
Why don't you say that to my face? I'll let you know exactly what I think of it.
I will
but Jesus, Mary,
definitely. I will make the drive down to Florida to say it to your face.
We'll meet at McGuire's Irish Pub, right down the road from me.
In fact, it would actually make a live-action video version of the Beckloff podcast, me versus John Steele.
Why John Steele? What did he have to do with any of this?
How are you doing?
I noticed he was in the chat now, so I knew he was Irish Mafia. So
No, wait. Yeah, you are Irish, aren't you, you filthy Mick?
I'm about as Irish as you can get. Both parents born and raised.
yeah.
We call them paddies. We don't call them mixed. They're all called paddies where I come from. Anyway.
Us Italians like the mix.
Anyway, I'm going to jump out of this. Lovely to meet and speak to you fellas, and I will catch you no doubt next time.
Talk to you later, Brother John.
Good night, sir.
Thanks for joining.
Good night,
All
Brother
right,
John.
man. Adios.
Now, if I may quickly point out that I disagree with Brother John on a lot of that point because, I mean, frankly, at a certain point you can't say, oh, I don't go in for this collectivism stuff, but at a certain point you do have to acknowledge pattern recognition. You know, you can't deny yourself the ability to say, hey, isn't it funny that, you know, these gypsies always have fortune-telling booths, you know?
You know what?
And
well, let me just.
And again, though.
You have to notice the pattern where the major Irish politicians are the ones who sold you out to the echoey people.
All right, but again, bell curves, right? Just because there is a trend doesn't mean that you can't acknowledge individuals. The whole thing is you can have a stereotype or whatever as your starting point. The problem is if you don't move beyond that after you meet an individual.
Well, I
exactly.
Point out that I think at least personally, I think the Irish, the Italians, and the blacks they get along quite well because we're all our own version of nigger in our own homeland.
Well,
but don't you dare compare us to
the problem you're missing with that, Davis, is I'm a Southerner, and I'm the official nigger in my homeland.
You know what? Southerners are the new niggers of America.
Yeah, exactly.
Language to join a chat onto. How you all doing?
Oh man,
hey,
it's
brother,
getting,
you joined.
It's getting a little crowded in here. I'm actually going to step out as well, and we'll leave you guys some breathing room.
I really only meant to go for 2 hours, but we still got 67 viewers. So, hey folks, if you want to keep listening, we'll keep recording. So,
yeah, but I'm gonna
hop
out too.
I am going to step out. So, you guys, thanks very much for inviting me, Davis, and have a wonderful evening.
Thank you, Undertow. Thank you, Zaria.
All right. Same here, guys, man.
Talk
Take
to
it
you
easy.
all later.
On.
And I'll be leaving soon to go eat fried chicken, but you know, no
Who the hell
color.
is Southern racist? You cultural appropriator.
You know what? If you actually pay attention, this is something I noticed. Most of the Southern racists and the black people do the same things on Sunday.
I think there are a few people here I don't know. Anybody care to introduce me?
Well, let's see. Well, I should introduce you. This is just
Dick Review.
It says Dickie Reviews.
It's just Dick.
And he's been on and off on YouTube. He's a good man. He's working on a novel. I'm still waiting to see some definite material out of you, but he's a good guy. We got artistic Layman. You got to know Artistic Layman.
I know Artistic Layman.
He's a wonderful man. We've got Hostin Populi, who is a filthy Southern racist.
Never heard of
James.
Nice to meet you, though.
I don't even know who you are, James. You just have a Master Chief icon.
Master, that's the Doom Marine.
And it's just right.
I just look.
That's Doom Guy. I just finished reviewing Doom.
We got John Steele.
Literally, James is representing the reason I want to get an Xbox One just to play the HD Halo games. That's it. That's the only reason.
He's Doom Guy.
Exactly. I want to beat Master Chief in HD. Come on.
He's not Master Chief. He's the Doom Guy.
Master Chief, the Doom Guy, it don't fucking matter.
It matters very much.
It's like the difference between being, like Zeus and like Jupiter. Same thing.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
So what are we talking about other than the end?
Davis, get back to introducing John Steele and the.
Well, John Steele.
Oh, mute his mic.
Oh, muted.
I recognize the red grenade down there. How you doing, Alt-Right Center? I think we had a short chat on my Doom review.
Yep.
Are you a YouTuber as well?
Yep.
Oh. So what's this I hear about a D&D game? I didn't finish listening to the chat up until now. I'm about 30 minutes behind.
Oh, good luck. I don't have time for that.
I know you don't.
Best you'll convince me to do is to co-DM a game, and I'll play a few different characters. All right, wait. Let's go back to the comments questions. And Beckloff, just join the chat, you mouthy fuck. Beckloff replies to the guy that I gave the fag voice to, and he says, I feel like you're a... Alright, so
I think you're going to have to let me in on that one, because I missed it completely.
No, just this guy that's saying, you're using the Hegelian dialectic without I know what the Hegelian dialectic is, you enormous fucking faggot. Okay, I was using that word I was using it in a way that somebody of your great erudition could have understood, as opposed to corrected me, you stupid, filthy faggot.
Well, I mean, it's like when all the alt-right faggots got really butthurt because you pointed out you were the one who started the degenerate meme.
We're using faggot and use South Parkian tone. You're like one of those Harley riders. You're a faggot. You're not gay. You're a faggot.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure I'm the guy that popularized the term degenerate.
You did. I mean, Aurini, you were, Davis. You were the one who made that word gold. You were the one.
Immortal.
You are the immortal one who started the degenerate meme.
Amen.
Listen, let me give you Here's why I'm so annoyed with these enormous faggots in the alt-right. Not that I demand that everybody gives me credit for everything. Not that at all. You know what? Like, if I invented a good turn of phrase, then go ahead and use it, man. You're welcome to it. Just don't shit on me. You know, I ran into this article that was linking to a bit that I'd written 3 years ago, talking about how single mothers were parasites. Right? I was looking through the traffic coming to my website, trying to figure out if anybody new had linked me, and I want to post. You know, I want to promote them on Twitter if they linked me. I'm just a nice guy, and I find the MGTOW forums. And somebody posts an article of mine from 2013. And then somebody replies, well, that's old Aurini, he's changed. 2 days before I'd literally posted an article talking about how single mothers were parasites.
Haven't you changed a bit over the years?
I've certainly grown, but they're acting like I'm... Oh, old Aurini was good because he created our forum, but now we don't link to him because we're jealous.
Well, no. Old Aurini was like LaVeya style Satanism. Current Aurini is like I have to apologize for Pope Francis Catholicism.
You know what? I'm not apologizing for anti-Pope Francis because he's not the Pope. Ms. Barnhart is entirely correct. She is theologically and legalistically correct that it is Pope Benedict. Pope Benedict is my Pope. And this pretender, this anti-Pope Francis that loves Muslims and gay sex so much, he ain't the Pope.
And abortion and mass immigration.
Yeah, anything that's evil, anything. And hey,
he did kind of speak out against. Well, I mean, he did speak out against the transgenders. Semi,
yeah.
Yeah, semi.
All right, wait. We've got more questions here.
Yeah, get to the questions.
So
let's answer some questions.
Tidal Wave says, "Hey Aurini, if you notice the Tower of Babel, the human race wasn't going out into all of the Earth to become diverse. They were staying in one spot and staying the same. One culture, one language, one idea to God forced them to separate and become many diverse peoples and cultures." Well, and this is the problem with multinationalism, with multiculturalism, is that it's a globalist tyranny of culture and standard that has no recognition for individual uniqueness, whether it be local cities or local states or cultures or countries or continents or races. There's no recognition for them.
Basically, what it amounts to is you could have saved yourselves and helped the South defeat these bastard Yankees, but you didn't, and now they get to rule over you, and your only hope is like a son of a bitch like Vlad or the alien Chinese. Good luck.
Yeah, what you just pointed out is that it's never the evil we do that destroys the world, it's the good we don't do. Hello?
Mm-hmm.
No, we could have.
Listening.
Yes, we didn't.
Yeah, all right. Here's a really good question. I've no. How the hell can John Steele be Irish and not Catholic? What's wrong with you, man?
Do you really want me to go into that?
Well, he got seduced into the religion of Satan.
Actually, no, you know what, John Steele, feel free, go into it.
Fire away.
I just the whole idea of like worshiping a dead Jew just had challenges with that.
Woo.
Well, okay, I would point out that the Jew, in my opinion, the reason the Jews were the chosen people, John Steele, is because from everything I've seen, they are basically the shittiest people on earth.
You can tell from the Bible and
God basically says,
hold it. I just want to point this out about me as a Southerner. As a Southerner, Jews are basically elves. They're like people we really don't deal with. So the reason Southerners are so willing to go along with all the Jewish bullshit is because part of it is like we just like count enough to like, oh, they're Yankees, fuck them. And part of it's like there aren't so many of them here. We don't understand. Whatever. We just ignored them. Okay, continue, John Steele.
Oh no! I mean, I was, kind of joking about that. I mean, of course, I was.
I was completely serious, actually.
I was raised a Catholic, so I kind of left the church when I was 18 or 19 or so, and it wasn't like a formal thing. I don't know if anyone really gives a shit about my evolution of theological thought, but I just kind of left it, and it just didn't really speak to me anymore. I could get into it in more detail, but I'm not going to bore everybody about that, and I just I don't know. doesn't work for me. I mean, I'm religious in the Joseph Campbell-esque sense of the word religion.
Mind if I ask where you are at now? What do you believe in?
I believe I don't believe in I believe in ritual, but I don't necessarily believe in God interfering in your day-to-day life or anything like that. I understand the importance of religious ritual for psychological health, both the individual and the tribe, but I don't believe in a God that interferes per se directly.
Well, he usually doesn't. And even when he does, you usually can't tell.
Yeah. But I don't. When it comes to religion, I never try to impose my view of religion or God on anyone else. Like even in the most indirectly way. That's how come I'm even a little guarded about talking about it publicly. My views, because I believe religious views are very, very personal.
Well, and I think that, you know, like personally, I really judge people more by how they live their morals. Not to say whether they're perfect, like that's doctrine of prosperity garbage. I don't judge people on whether or not they have a nice house. I judge people on whether or not they act kindly when they're in a bad mood, and if they say sorry when they did something wrong. That's how I judge people.
Hey, Davis.
Mm-hmm.
About Jews represented in the Bible and even in the Torah, you can kind of tell throughout it that God is really, really trying to like these guys, but they're making it so hard for him.
Well, quite frankly, that's God's story with humanity. You know,
but with the Jews,
it's almost comparable to an abusive relationship, where God just keeps giving us a second chance, and we're like, no, fuck you, Dad.
But I'm particularly what I'm talking about is the Sodom and Gomorrah, the destruction of Sodom and Gomorrah. God sent an angel down and said, all right, find the best person you can, we're going to save that guy and his family. And the best he could find was a man who raised 2 daughters that were so horrible that they raped him. That's the best they could find, and that's pretty much what it's saying, is that the best humanity has to offer is nowhere near good enough.
Oh yeah, the fact that Lot was worth saving, and yet he offered his own daughters up to homosexual rapists. Yeah, that says a lot.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, well, I was reading this, I'm like, wow, God is already regretting his decision.
Listen, if God had any sense whatsoever, he would have another flood and send us all to hell. God is better than we deserve.
Amen.
Giving than we deserve.
Well, the interesting about Christian theology, when you speak to the frailties or imperfections of man, is there has been some criticism about where those imperfections come from. I believe Nietzsche and Schopenhauer touched on this. All these imperfections that we have, these frailties, they were given to us by God. We didn't give them to ourselves.
No, I would completely disagree with you. Now, I personally, despite my good... I don't take Genesis literally. I think it's extremely metaphorical. But I don't really have any major argument with anybody that does take it literally. But what it boils down to is that God wanted to create beings like himself that were creative, that had free will, that could do whatever they wanted, and had the ability to do things to surprise even him with perfect knowledge. He could be surprised by us. And
look at the stuff we've done.
You're not seeing the contradiction there. So if God wanted to create beings that are like him, but then he didn't give us this perfect knowledge that he has, this omniscience that he has, this all-powerfulness that he has, then by definition, there's no chance we could be those things. So
we are those things. We have the ability to create. We have the ability to rewrite ourselves, to become the authors. A dog is always going to be a dog. You know what a dog is. A dog acts in accordance with its nature. A human being can surprise you, and we can surprise God. And yet we took this and we chose the most foul, the most bestial with this nature. Now, I mean, you can there's many different ways to approach this, many flavors that you can approach this from. I do believe the only way to get better at it is through I do believe we need ultimate redemption. But there's many ways to approach it. This is why Catholics tend to be very balanced about things. It's like, yes, technically that's a mortal sin, but maybe it's not. Everything's a mortal sin and everything isn't in the Catholic faith. We are, you need to be absolutely perfect, but you fucked up yesterday. That's okay. You get forgiveness.
But aren't we going to fuck up again tomorrow and have a great time doing it?
Just don't plan to. Plan to win tomorrow.
We never planned to.
As a slight digression, because I don't own a Bible. What's the best copy to start off with? A few people tell me King James. Is that a decent start?
Not if you're a Catholic.
Yeah, because they used it.
I'm on King James. That's all right.
I mean, when I left school, they were on the Good News. I don't know if that's changed or not, but most people King James seems to be bog standard. Then you can obviously move on if preference changes.
Try the Book of Mormon.
Oh, nice, yeah.
I read the Book of Mormon.
Oh.
It's wonderful.
Listen, the King James has the traditional English, which will it's far more eloquent, it's far more poetic. You'll have more respect for it. It won't sound boring and dull and plain. So I'd go King James, but really pick up any Bible, and realize they are translations. You got to go research the original language, and it's very, very easy to do online, and find the Bible that feels best for you, right? That feels best for your education, your familiarity with translating old texts, and find the one that works best for you, and be aware that it is a translation, and read it. Okay, and it's really that simple.
Fair enough. I had a slight. I mean, I don't want to digress back to the original topic that we had of gaslighting, but I don't know if anyone saw the news recently in the UK. Mass stabbing, 1 dead, 6 injured, if I'm correct. Anyone hear about that?
When was this?
Is there another terrorist attack?
Might be. Actually, no. Yeah, this was one in. Actually, no. There was another machete attack actually today, but this was last night. The amount of chopping and changing we saw from this, it would go from a black attacker to a white attacker, turned out to be Norwegian, but then was actually a Somali migrant. And the chopping and changing, it's why the internet is an invaluable tool. And I think Brother John mentioned this on his last stream. Before the internet is just newspapers. You throw them away after 2 days, you're not going to remember them. But with the internet and the archival ability of it, we can sort of have a counter attack to gaslighting. We can say, do you know what? I've archived that website. I remember the original, transcript. They can't change it, and that's why I think the internet is an important tool if we want to stop gaslighting. It's going to happen. This is the battleground itself, but archive everything. That's what I've always been told.
No, I agree with you, James. There, I think you're spot on. I mean, once the guy says "Aloha snack bar," we got him on tape. And they can't take that back.
Yeah, that's what you need. I mean,
the funny thing is that I'm going to get a little off topic here. Is that we need the opposite of a Big Brother state, and what I mean by that is where everybody put on a fucking camera. Everybody get a spy pen like I did. They're $10. You just hook it up in your breast pocket, turn it on, and you record everything. Record your whole day if you have to. Delete it afterwards if it's pointless. But everybody, hold the cameras for your protection and for the protection of truth.
Yeah, I mean, GoPros aren't exactly expensive. You've got Periscope on your phone. You can upload that immediately to the internet. And that's the good thing.
What's this, Periscope?
Yeah, it's that app on the phones. It's why when everyone saw Alex Jones versus Cenk Uygur, they couldn't twist it in any way because it was a straight-up live stream, no editing. It was absolutely lovely. The only thing I have to fault Alex Jones for is that he didn't bring up the Armenian genocide. That would have caused fireworks.
Oh, I would have loved that.
Oh, that would have been great.
That would.
I want
You've
to. I
seen
want
the-
to take my erection and gently rub my pre-cum on Chenk's lips while I ask him about the Armenian genocide.
Oh my god. Hey, did you guys? Well, first of all, James,
Yeah.
would you mind posting a link to that software you were talking about in the comments while I say this?
Well,
Have you seen the Facebook post saying Cenk Uygur attacks a noble something water faucet salesman, water purifier salesman? Have you seen that?
I have not.
Yeah, I'll try to find and link it in here, but it was the funniest thing ever. Humble water purifier salesman.
So basically they were just trying to make fun of Alex Jones.
Yeah. No, they were. It would be like pretty much the opposite of leftist twisting of stories. So it was. They tried to say Alex Jones, humble water purifier salesman, attacked by Cenk Uygur.
You see, that's the great thing. That's all they can do. They can't chop and change the interview. They have to go back to these tactics. Which people, I mean, the fact is, it's out there. Cenk lost his shit. Anna Kasparian,
I haven't.
Fat shamed him, and that's all they can do. These petty tactics.
Well, I got a kick out of the fat shaming because wasn't that the girl that called him fat? She was.
Yeah.
Wasn't she all about? I think she had a screed where she went on bitching about people making fun of fat women or something.
Hey Davis, put this up on the screen for everybody to see.
I have no idea how to do that, man. Just get the link.
Oh, I put it right here in the comments.
Oh.
Notorious Armenian genocide denier Cenk Uygur assaults humble water filter salesman at DNC.
Oh crap! I clicked it. Now it's opening up the wrong. Damn it!
Nope.
Windows 8 is a broken operating system. That's all I'm gonna say.
Windows 10 is surprisingly better.
My entire computer is frozen right now. It's got 8 gigs of RAM and far too many microprocessors.
Just 8? And you dare call yourself a member of the PC master race?
That's Matt Forney.
No, I just refuse to use a controller.
Oh, Matt was. How long ago did Matt leave, or was he in here?
Ages ago, wasn't it? I remember.
He
seeing
was. He was. He had to get going though.
Okay.
And apparently, I really pissed off my my southern Scotch-Irish Pastor Thomas. He disagrees with me. We
Did you say French-Irish pastor?
Scotch-Irish.
Scotch-Irish.
The Scotch-Irish are like.
Oh.
I don't know. Yeah, you
feel free to insult us. Half Johnny Walker, half potato nigger, as we like to call ourselves.
Bunch of lunatics. You're like red ants that somebody poured water all over for a year and a half.
I mean, for an Irishman, I consider myself fairly level-headed. Would you say?
Well,
that?
you're actually Irish.
Uh-oh.
Oh, muted again.
Basically, like there's this little line, like it starts on the west coast, the northwest coast of Ireland. You know, right? Like that little bit that looks like a nib. You know, and you draw a line between that and you draw it where Hadrian's Wall was. You draw that line, and anybody that was born on 30 kilometers on either side of that line has murder in their veins. And that's where the South comes from, and that's where the Scotch-Irish come from. That's where Protestantism comes. And yeah, I know I'm really butchering history right now, but hey, screw up. We're having fun right now. Whereas Steele, you're actually properly Irish. You're old Irish. You're Celtic Irish. All right. And my ancestors are 50% Italian, and they're 50% Nordic nobility, Scottish. Okay, we're not really Scotch-Irish, you or I. And
Okay.
I love the death of Scotch-Irish, but I never know when they're threatening me with a fist fight and when they're being friendly. I can't tell the difference. I tell you, I understand.
Well, since he's muted, you guys mind if I change the topic? Say, James, what did you think of the new Doom game?
I thought it was a magnum opus. It was the Citizen Kane of video games, possibly the greatest thing to ever see.
Really? I have a very opposite opinion of you.
I'm taking the piss. Yeah, it's alright, you know. I've only got the image because it's a nice reaction image, but no, it was a solid game.
I bet it is. Unfortunately, I can't play the fucking thing.
You do pirate it.
It's basically everything that Duke Nukem promised to be.
Fuck, Duke Nukem.
It's a really good story, and it's a really good storyless video game.
I can't play it. I don't know if any of you guys watched my review of the damn thing, but I spent 24 hours, literally 24 hours, trying to get this game to work. It won't work on my PC.
No, I won't even bother. I briefly tried to play the multiplayer, and textures were constantly loading, so I'm not even gonna... I need a new computer before I can play that.
Yeah,
Oh,
I'll
actually-
enjoy it when I get a better computer.
But
Hey,
first
Davis,
of
are you
all,
still in Tennessee?
I didn't hear you.
What are
I
you
was-
talking about? I live in Nova Scotia.
You're in Nova Scotia, okay.
That's why we got lizards.
As you're a Canadian, can I ask your opinion of Trailer Park Boys?
I've seen half of one episode.
Thoughts?
I don't watch sitcoms. I hear it's pretty funny.
I've just went through all 10 seasons. It's
I don't-
alright. I don't
have
watch
trouble
TV
watching
much.
TV shows.
I don't watch the Talmud Vision much, but there's not much to it.
Alright. I'm going for a smoke. You guys maintain the chat.
Okay.
Can do.
Get more viewers!
I'll get you more viewers.
Okay. I know we can get
Be controversial!
We got 48 viewers right now.
It's
Really?
going down.
How's it going?
Yeah, has anyone got a webcam? We might have to strip tease for this.
I'm already half naked. It's Phoenix, Arizona. I'm almost naked 24/7.
Oh, so-
I don't know if that's going to help.
Have you seen me?
No, I just heard those stories.
Oh, no, it doesn't help. And I'm a hairy guy to boot, so I might as well be wearing a full suit to begin. Look at my picture. That facial hair, that goes all the way down to my toes.
I can hear the viewership dropping as we talk.
Yeah,
about
really,
it.
right?
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Okay, let's line the chat up. Anyone want to talk about the Holocaust? Any takers?
Here's my position on the Holocaust. If you deny the fact that people were lined up on electronic conveyor belts and put into two-story high ovens, you are a Holocaust denier and should be executed.
Sounds about right.
Nobody understood that reference.
No.
Google
Vaguely.
Holocaust conveyor belt.
Well, we get it. It was a delivery. It just wasn't funny.
Wait,
I know there was actually
someone
a
called an
couple of
ambulance. I
mid-sixties
thought shots were fired.
Until the mid-60s, there was actually educated people saying that there were electrified conveyor belts in these concentration camps. So they throw them onto the conveyor belt and die while they're being conveyed into the whatever they're called, the ovens.
Mm.
Just utter bullshit.
God.
No, yeah, well, we've, I've been in hangouts or just one-on-one talks with people about the Holocaust and how it's just got more and more and more ridiculous as time went on. People would just believe anything, the whole lampshades and soap and all that other nonsense.
And they did the blood test, the DNA tests on those. They're not human.
Oh no, I know. It's just, but people were so quick to believe it. People stopped questioning things, and that's a larger symptom of society in general now, where we really don't question anything. I mean, I think as James was saying, one of the important things about the internet we have now is it gives people that ability to go back and look at the archive, quote unquote, and see what really did happen. That is a powerful tool, and I think it has a lot of the powers that be, let's say, nervous.
Say archive it if you can. Say,
Oh,
we'll
what
try
are
and
your
take it
guys'
down.
opinions on Unit 731 then?
Oh, what, the Japs? Well, the Japs were fucking worse than the Germans, regardless of whether Holocaust is true or not. mean, what was
Oh,
the death march?
Yeah, the Bataan Death March, and you're talking about the biological experimentation on the Chinese.
I mean, they used to they'd submerge bodies in like freezing water, then like would try and lop limbs off as gangrene and obviously frostbite setting, and see how much a person can actually take before dying. Some sick shit like that.
What I find more interesting than the facts about Unit 731 is the Chinese propaganda about the Japanese during the World War II. It's really interesting. It's like the exact reverse of the Holocaust, in that the Germans all pleaded and begged for forgiveness, while the Japanese said, "Fuck you, we didn't do it." And we see the effects of both extremes. It's really interesting to compare.
Well, there's an interesting political story behind what was the name again? Unit
731.
731. I believe the colonel or the general that was in charge of that made a deal to get off for the trials, because first there was the Nuremberg trials, then they went and they had trials against the Japanese for the crimes against humanity.
I don't think they actually tortured the Japanese individuals responsible, though.
No, not only that, many of them were let go. The United States wanted to gain access to the Japanese research, and there was a lot of other political stuff going on. Stalin had invaded Japan near the end of the war. The United States was trying to curry some favor with the Japanese because we didn't want further Stalinistic expansion. There was a lot of politics going on there about who was prosecuted among the Japanese and who was not, and guilt didn't really play into it.
What's also interesting is you just brought up another point. Is it right? I think so, but I'm going to ask you guys. Is it right that we take all of this data that was obtained during the Holocaust and during the Japanese Unit 731 and use it to better science and better medicine?
Well, what's the opposite? Is it just burn the data and forget about it?
Burn the data, forget it ever happened.
I don't know, because it's a mixed matter. Because one, you could say that data is going to be useful, but on the other hand, you could say potentially it might lead to people saying, "Oh yeah, if we can emulate similar experiments, they can obviously they can do what the Japanese did. They can say we're going to do fucked up shit for the betterment of mankind because we're going to get this valuable data." So I'd be mixed on it.
A lot of the data, actually, the reason I first had this debate when I was in high school, because I laughed my ass off when they said this, but the hypothermia experiments in the concentration camps. You heard about that one?
Yes.
Well, the reason it was hilarious was because in the video they said, all right, they put us in tanks of freezing water, and then to test how to best treat hypothermia, they put one of us in hot water, one of us in warm water, and one of us next to a female inmate. I laughed my ass off.
Oh, the Germans actually did do hypothermic experiments on hypothermia, in regards to their Wolfwaffe pilots. They wanted to know how long a pilot could survive in cold water before getting hypothermia that was irreversible.
Yeah, very true. What I want to know is, why can't I find this data anywhere and actually read the results on what happened when they put him next to a female inmate? Did his body temperature rise enough or not?
I think it would depend how hot the female was.
To be fair, she was another. I think they were all also fellow inmates, so probably not that hot.
Well, that's why they invented the paper bag, man.
We're so deliciously evil.
Incidentally, I just invited Pastor Collins to make things even more contentious.
What is the disagreement, if I might ask? 'Cause I never heard.
The disagreement on why we should... Who's texting? The disagreement on why we shouldn't use that data?
No, for what Davis said, because he said there was a discrepancy between him and Collins, if I'm correct.
Oh, well, he's a Protestant pastor. I'm a hardcore Catholic, so it's...
Oh, yeah, I could see the...
There's a reason we're good friends.
I'll be predisposed for 5 minutes, excuse me.
Well, say I was talking to Drew the other night, and yeah, if you've chatted to Drew in private, he's an interesting character. But at the end of it, I mentioned to him, and it's one thing left it seemed to do. You can't just look to people who you just completely agree with. You've got to obviously look. I mean, I find it more admirable if someone could find points of agreement in someone they would detest. I mean, that's the whole point of me. I have to look at areas I can obviously scavenge off ideas and obviously build up my own opinion, and that's what leftists don't do. They will basically view everything as bad if there's one corrupt idea to it. I mean, was it Christina Summers or whatever her name is?
Yeah, Christina Half Summers.
Yeah, they thought she was like a fucking right-wing conservative because she had disagreements on feminism. They will literally try and paint a brush with you if you disagree on certain ideas, and that's why I like this group and I like talking to you lot. You've got obviously a Calvinist, a Catholic, you've got a Dick, you've got Steele, and you've got me. All different people. You know.
I'm pretty sure Steele worships Odin.
No, we don't worship our gods the way you Abrahamic people do.
Mm. Should I expect?
But no, Davis does have an extremely eclectic group of friends, and that is one of the things that actually has drawn me to the alt-right, for lack of a better phrase. I know people don't use that so much anymore, but just the idea that I like having people with different opinions that are willing to engage in an intellectual discourse about them. It's not just like, oh, you're a racist, or you're an anti-Semite, or just gaslighting or whatever, where they're just trying to just shut you down, and instead of actually engaging in debate. I think that's the great thing about the alt-right, because I love to be able to discuss these ideas in a free way.
There's only groups that allow it nowadays.
Well, that's the. You know what? Listen, I'm going to pull up a bit of historical analysis here, and somebody messaged me on Skype. Oh, it's Hostin Populi. It's his mic is being weird. We love you, brother. Come back on when you can come back on. No worries.
What did I miss?
The whole history of the manosphere, the alternative right, MGTOW, of like all of this, is that the reason that we were all drawn to it in the first place was because there were truly free conversations happening here. There were people bringing up all sorts of hate facts and hate statistics and talking about them and trying to analyze, trying to understand them, and trying to figure out, how does this apply to my life? What should I do with my life?
That's exactly why I joined. And what we were talking about earlier with the Holocaust, we were joking about it, yes, but in all seriousness, I don't know. And I'm allowed to say I don't know. I'm allowed to say maybe it didn't happen. Maybe it was all just tetanus or whatever it was. Maybe it was all just disease and hunger. I don't know. They might have put them in ovens. They might not have. And we can talk about every kind of topic like this in the alt-right that we can't do in schools. We can't do them in public places. We can't do it with our own families.
Well, and I think I was smoking during the Holocaust conversation, but the reason the Holocaust irritates me so much is because it's such an easy thing to blame everything on. As if there's nobody else ever committed genocide anywhere on the planet, as if the Nazis were somehow unique.
What gets me about it is that it really wasn't that bad of a genocide. Compared to other genocides, the Holocaust was weak sauce.
Yeah, I mean, wasn't the Holodomor, 7.5 million people in less than 2 years?
During peacetime, no less.
Yeah.
Exactly. This is why... I mean, I really don't want to go dig up corpses, but like what really offended me when Thunderfoot decided to start attacking me as a Holocaust denier, because he'd just been attacked as a Holocaust denier by SJW, so he needed to go dump the shit on somebody else. What really bothered me is that it's like I've never denied the Holocaust. I was trying to put it into context, saying yeah, it was horrible, but why is it that we remember the Holocaust? We don't remember the Armenian genocide. We don't understand the Hutus and the Tutsis. We have no idea what was going on in Bosnia. You know, the only thing we remember is evil Nazis want to murder Jews for no reason whatsoever. When the fact of the matter is, the Jews didn't want to, or sorry, the Nazis didn't initially want to murder them. They wanted to deport them, and they did have reasons. So did the Hutus and Tutsis. So did the Armenians. Let's be frank. Like there's always a good reason. It's not no reason. And
I
it's
think
infuriating me that, like, I've tried to. I mean, it's not my primary focus of study, but I've tried to understand why genocide happens. I've tried to understand why. Why is it that masses of humanity start going out and they murder the weakest? They murder the senior citizens and the women and the children. And that is sick and that is wrong. And how does that happen? I try and understand that. And Thunderfoot, that monstrous egoist, Thunderfoot, uses the fact that I'm trying to discuss this intelligently to attack me and try and no-platform me. Which is ironically exactly what I hate about the Nazis.
Well, there are several reasons, I think.
That's the fucking irony, is that he acts like a fucking intolerant Nazi with anything that threatens his self-esteem.
May I?
Go ahead.
I think there are two big reasons the Holocaust is remembered so strongly. First, we really needed to justify why we were going into another world war when we fucked up so spectacularly by entering the First World War. And so we made up all this propaganda, and when a lot of it turned out to be bullshit, they just doubled down. The media, the public education, all of it just doubled down on the lie.
Let me interject quickly.
Go ahead.
Nobody knew about the Holocaust until like the last year of the war.
Yeah, I was gonna say that.
But your argument is still valid. World War II was just as pointless as World War I, but we needed to justify it. We needed an excuse, and the Holocaust became the excuse that justified the war. Yes, so I agree with you tentatively. You know what I mean? Now keep going.
We can debate on. Well, it didn't become massively known until a year before the end of the war.
I'm just nitpicking. I'm nitpicking.
Well, nobody knew.
Somebody's going to say that. I'm nitpicking to strengthen your argument. I agree.
All right. Fair enough. Thank you. Keep doing that. Now, the second reason is because the Nazis were socialist. The public media in America and a lot of the intellectuals in America at the time and still today wanted socialism. They hid all the USSR evils, and they needed to say, no, the Nazis weren't socialists. They were fascism, which, yes, is socialism plus racism. But no, fascism is right-wing because we say it is.
You know, fascism only... Quite frankly, fascism compared to pure socialism. Socialism murders anybody that disagrees with the assumptions of the state. You know, at least fascism only murders foreigners.
Oh, that sounded awful, but yeah, it's not a monster that eats its own tail.
You know what? At least Americans only murder Indians. Soviets murder their own frickin' people, their own children. They murder them.
That is a completely different monster, isn't it?
Through starvation, too.
How do you fuck up that badly that 100 million people die from starvation?
You know what? Again, it's comparable to Americans in the 19th century murdered Indians, which was wrong. Americans in the 20th century murder their own fucking children.
You've seen Stefan Molyneux's presentation on the truth about the Native Americans, right?
Oh, believe me, there's a lot. It's a complex history. Listen, right before white man arrived, a massive plague ripped through the red man, and it would not have been this easy to colonize North America if not for that plague. And I don't really think what we did to the Native Americans was right.
Oh, absolutely not. Evils went all directions. Absolutely. Yeah. But the thing is, remember what I said earlier about the Holocaust? I don't know. I'll probably never know. But I'm at least saying, I don't know. I'm not saying this is what happened. This is absolutely what happened. I know for a fact. I'm questioning some things like, is this true? Is this maybe true? And we can do that.
We can have conversations.
Even if they lead nowhere.
The thing is that we are trying to be better people than our ancestors were. That, you know what? Actually, you know what? This is the dividing line. We try and be better people than our parents. and we acknowledge their parents. They were imperfect, but they were trying to be better than theirs. The left, or whatever you want to call them, they use their parents' failures as an excuse for their own degeneracy.
I mean, the amount of times you see people say, "Oh, my parents are divorced," that obviously means I could be a pansexual who fucks 20 guys and girls.
I think it's a little more nihilistic than that. I see people of my generation. I'm a millennial. I technically were late 90s.
We got the pastor on.
Oh yeah,
pastor,
I see that.
How are you doing, brother?
I'm doing good. I had to leave at 7 my time, but I'm doing good. How you guys doing? Very interesting conversation.
Well, you know what? We still got 60 viewers, so apparently we're doing something right. Now, you were just posting a series on an introduction to Leviticus, if I recall correctly, were you not?
Yeah, I'm having difficulties with Leviticus 1 and 2. I don't know. They may be unrecoverable, unfortunately, in terms of the video format. But I've got 3 and 4 that's going to get uploaded soon.
I'm looking forward to it.
I appreciate the retweet.
Are you a YouTuber or a blogger, Pastor?
Kind of both. I mean, I mainly use. I've done a couple of podcasts, usually with Artistic Layman and one with Davis. Then I've appeared on Beckloff's program a couple of times. I do have a blog on the website that I do occasionally. So,
would everybody kindly link me to their sites in the comments section?
Everybody's commented. Go subscribe. Listen, this was only intended to be a 2-hour live stream. It's obviously gone beyond that format, and yet we've still got 50, 60 viewers. And guys, I will reiterate: if you got any questions you want us to address, please toss them down below. Put them into the comment section on the video. I'll hit F5. I'll find them. Now, Pastor Thomas, I've known this guy. I forget how we met. I know it was sometime around last Christmas. But he's a very decent man, a very intelligent man, very erudite. And, and now he's part of the conversation.
I just know how to plagiarize and get away with it. I just copy other smart guys.
Yeah,
I've got you.
You read the Bible.
Yeah.
I've gotten subscribed to you, Autistic Layman.
Oh, thank you. I'm subscribed likewise.
Oh. Also, you haven't posted anything in you post like once every 8 months, dude.
Yeah, I need to find the inspiration.
Well, as I was telling you, Luke, try and do something impromptu. You know.
Oh, you subscribed to my channel, Dick Reviews?
I think I just did.
Oh.
No, Artistic Layman is still finding his voice. If in my opinion.
Well, I've had a brilliant brilliant chat with Artistic Layman after one of Beckloff's shows a while back. I need to talk to him again.
So same with me. I mean, I had him on for a one-on-one chat, and
I asked a question below in the comments.
Someone's got some echo on.
I think that might be you, John.
It can't be. I have headphones on.
Jews have infested the conversation. That is why it is echoing.
It's either Dick or Zentov.
Isn't Thunderfoot Jewish? Or at least Jewish descent?
No, he just likes getting raped by Muslims. He enjoys it.
He's an Englishman, you know. As you can tell by the faggy accent.
Like he calls himself Thunderfart because that's his mating call to all the Arabs.
I'm being honest, he looks like, no offense, he looks like Jesus but of a really bad meth addiction.
Oh.
It's quite ironic for someone who hates Jesus to actually look like Jesus a lot.
I'm told I look like Jesus a lot.
Yeah, I really shouldn't be this mean to this guy. I mean, it's... But, like, he really is just such the perfect example of if you live an immoral and hateful and angry and vicious life, this is what you're going to look like. Like with his patchy beard and his confused facial expressions, his messy apartment, his lack of friends or family, his emptiness of life. This is what you become. You know, like, you have a big brain that gets disproved, like, oh, this stupid idiot wants to sell a scam thing on whatever. Okay, that you get a pathetic, empty, ugly, garbage life. He looks like a hobo. He lives the life of a hobo. Look at his apartment. I mean, like this. Like, keep in mind, Thunderfoot earns 5 times what I do because of the European Union pays his bills, right? I make next to nothing. My accommodations are very, very humble, but my accommodations are 30 times as beautiful as the shithole that Thunderfoot lives in.
His videos get a lot of vitriol in their comment section, and
yeah, the Brexit was fun.
It's weird.
That was fun for him. I remember before the Brexit, it's like, oh, they're never going to win, and he's the sort of guy who will never concede defeat, which we've seen
They
many
are
times.
so stupid. They're stupid. The Brexit is stupid.
He goes from the Brexit not happening to, oh, I want you guys to do it because you're going to fuck up. Even if he's right or wrong, he's such a defeatist little fucking slimy little greaseball.
Is there really any reason in talking about his Brexit commentary? It's already been torn apart. His only complaint about it was that it would lose him personally money.
Yeah, here's the thing. He actually stated reasons why it was good for Brexit in his own videos. Oh yeah, you look how incompetent the EU is, and you talk about
incompetent. They are not scientists like me. They're stupid. They're stupid. And
anyone who's not a scientist is wasting their life.
And he walks over it. He is. You can tell he's got a bias. The fact is this, and I'll say it finally, with the amount of behaviour past Davis, the amount of people I've seen him go after, don't bother with him. He feeds on it.
You know what? And this is like, if you think that we're like, I'm a bit silly for being a Catholic, or that we're crazy for believing in the Lord Jesus Christ, look at Thunderfoot. I mean, like, Thunderfoot really is he is like the leading. He's on the flag of atheism. And like, even if me and the pastor here and like everybody, even if we're a bunch of idiots and we're completely wrong, and by the way, I spent ages studying studying philosophy and psychology before I became the guy, so I've got damn good arguments. Even if we're completely frickin' wrong, wouldn't you rather be one of us idiots having fun and actually enjoying life and having friends and being happy, as opposed to this pathetic wreck of a man that feels the need to attack people for the sake of hurting?
Well, Davis, that's
addendum. I don't have any friends, but I don't attack people.
Davis, that's why I think that, Thunderfoot is really not worth bringing up, because he is pretty much exactly like you said. You could tell the guy's got some, deeply personal issues. I mean, he's more to be pitied than to be mocked.
He is bait incarnate. The amount of people who would actually have legitimate concerns, he would ignore them and then go for the lowest common denominator. I agree with Steele, don't bother with the fucking guy. He is, and here's the thing, he's probably the sort of guy who would go on his videos and jack off to people actually insulting him.
Okay, it's been 2 months since I've been to confession, alright? But you're right!
No, I didn't mean that in any way an attack against you, Davis, for bringing it up.
No, but I can admit it. It's a fuck up. I really ought not to think that much about him and the other diverse characters that I hung out with in recent years, many of whom I'm not legally allowed to mention.
About it, though.
I can't remember what we were talking about before. We were talking about
language than that.
It just frustrates me, because like these guys that say they're so big into atheism and logic and facts and argument, they're so not. Like like the football team. Going back to high school, the football team is actually more. They have more respect for logic and integrity than the debate club does. Like if you show up every week to the football team and do your best, they will give you more respect than the debate club will if you win an argument against the cool kid.
I mean, I think for me, the thing that's really disappointing is that a lot of them have even said this. They're not interested in trying to convince the other side of the truthfulness of their arguments. They're interested in how well they perform in any of these debates or videos or anything like that, to try to convince the people who are undecided, the people on the fence, those who maybe don't know that much about it. And it's all about performance. It's not about legitimacy of arguments.
It comes from, it's very narcissistic to admit, but we've all been there, that we don't like feeling like we've lost any part of the conversation. We lose focus of the entire debate and just devolve into petty insults. I've been there.
Well, I actually think that's the difference between us and them, is that we actually love one another for our courage and our ability to argue. Not because we agree, but because we are people that adhere to honorable opposition, honorable argument, honorable debate. And I think that's what we are really drawn to one another, despite having a very divergent and diverse field of view here.
Hey, Davis, I've been thinking...
I was going to say that I think one of the differences between the alt-right and the leftists, so to speak, is that our beliefs are not something that we're so attached to that we're going to get that butthurt if we feel we've lost a debate or something like that. Speaking for myself, when I engage in debates, it's more I'm enjoying the process of the debate than worrying about losing it, because I don't take it. I realize these are just opinions and ideas. They're not me. They're not my identity. Unlike members of the left, where if you attack, let's say, the ideology of feminism or pansexuality or gender as a social construct or any of that, then they take that as an attack on them as an individual, even though you're just discussing an idea.
John, I actually want to disagree with you. This is something I've thought about for a while. It's not about being on left and right. It's about being an adult, and this is something I've been working on for a while. Let me see if I can express it properly. When you can have a discussion, a full-on debate with somebody you disagree with it, yell at each other until you're both red in the face, then brush it off and go have a beer together and have a good time, that means you're an adult.
Okay, but in my experience, the people that you would fall into the non-adult category tend to be disproportionately on the left.
Absolutely true.
Or, well, I mean, I guess you could say the right wing too, if you're talking about the traditional right wing. But I mean, the alt-right are people who are really seekers of truth. And Davis had touched on this earlier. This is kind of how we all came into this, where all of a sudden we're seeing these facts that don't fit the narratives that we've been spoon-fed our whole lives, and it was kind of like a search for the truth. So we're more interested in the process of finding the truth than our own individual egos and identities.
Very true. I agree I agree completely. I'm eating, sorry.
Well, and that's the frustrating thing, is that even us actual truth seekers on the alt-right are becoming the minority of the alt-right when it becomes the cool, popular thing to be a part of.
Yeah, and that's you're right, Davis, and that's a scary thing, and I think something that should be pointed out, and I don't want to use the phrase fought against, but I can't think of a better way to say it, where we don't want to become dogmatic. We want to say that, it's all about the journey, so to speak. At least it is for me. That's just how I view it.
Exactly. It's all about. Listen, this is actually how the whole live stream started out. And you know what? We've probably got some people that just tuned in, and we've been talking nonsense for several hours. It was only supposed to be an hour and a half live stream, but we keep going. This was the core of it, is that like this whole thing that we're supposed to be doing in the manosphere, the alt-right, is supposed to be about thinking, about reason, about what is the nature of reality, how do I respond to reality. And, you know, like, these days I cannot tell the difference between the alt-right and the SJWs. I cannot tell the difference.
Well, what happens with the large movement is that you'll get people that are looking for something to fit their own worldview, right? So people go in with this hardcore belief system, whatever it is, you know, like let's say people who are just ardent anti-Semites, right? So they'll latch on to a portion of the alt-right that questions some of the details of the Holocaust. And that becomes their identity. They're not really in it for the search of the truth. They're just looking to find their own little echo chamber.
And some of us are just straight up contrarians, which is what I was for a long time.
I mean, in England we had our, I don't know if anyone's heard of the BNP, they're basically considered the quote-unquote racist right-wing party, and they technically are, but because they would never succeed, they would latch onto the closest thing, and that used to be Labour, which, if you don't know them, are fucking leftist socialists. These people will grab onto anything if it means they, you know, can get some more success. Obviously now it's UKIP, but that's the one thing with the alt-right, we are different from the left, and that's why you're never going to get. I mean, how can you have right-wing libertarians and neo-Nazis be considered alt-right? It makes no sense. But neo-Nazis will try and go to the alt-right, the crazy 1488ers, and that's the one worry you end up having. But it's also a good thing. It's the only time diversity might actually be quite good for a situation.
Well, two things. First, I'm going to be leaving in 10 minutes to go watch Suicide Squad. I hope it's really stupid and it sucks, and I'm going to enjoy it.
See you next Sunday.
I'll try not to spoil. Well, I'm going to spoil every bit of it in my review come tomorrow. But I think what we made the mistake of is in calling ourselves alt-right, we kind of defined ourselves as a group. We were never a group. The alt-right individuals, we were never a group. We're just a bunch of individuals trying to prove ourselves wrong. We're like, I'm pretty sure everything I believe is wrong. Let's go prove it. And that was the search for knowledge. We're just a bunch of individuals on a search for knowledge. We have no ties. And in pretending that we had ties with fellow people that had the same goal, we kind of fucked up. There was never an alt-right. It was always just a bunch of individuals.
It's people who didn't have the leftist mentality of hive mind, we're right, you're wrong.
A lot of people on the right are the same. They came to the right conclusion, but they came to the conclusion out of association, not out of thinking.
As my old physics teacher used to say, it wasn't necessarily about the answer, but the working out was always the most important thing.
Yeah, that's what, like, for me, that's how I view it, and I've always viewed it. It's really the journey for me. I'm not dogmatic.
I mean, I'm still 21. I could fucking change at any moment. I'm still technically the only fedora in the chat, so...
I'm only a year older than you. Wait, no, I just turned 23. I'm 2 years older than you.
Feeling old, Gramps. Where's your fucking dentures?
But James, it's good that you. I mean, you should change. I mean, if you're the same person 10 years from now than you are now, that's good.
That's a bad thing. If I'm the same person 10 years from now.
That's assuming
my goal is the exact opposite.
I was going to wonder. I say that a lot of things are going to definitely change in November with your election. That's the waiting moment. That's why I'm stockpiling.
Our election? Where do you live, Cowardly Dog?
I live in New Zealand, obviously, by my New Zealand accent. No,
I don't know the accents that well.
No, I'm taking a piss. England. I live in Londonistan.
Are you a fan of Kurt's Cowardly Dog?
Yes, I am. How could you tell?
Oh, how could I tell? Because I'm a fan too. I can't wait for Samurai Jack reboot, and I'm so sad we didn't get the Courage reboot.
No, don't ever ask, because I've seen all the reboots. They want to do CGI.
It looks fucking stupid, but I still would have watched it.
Oh, they want to. I don't know if anyone ever saw it. Johnny Bravo. It might not be anyone's generation, but Johnny Bravo is essentially a guy who wanted to fuck lots of chicks.
We know who Johnny Bravo is, dude.
Yeah. They want to reboot him and quote-unquote modernize him for a new audience.
Did you see the fake poster about Dwayne "The Rock" Johnson's Johnny Bravo?
Oh no, I didn't.
It looks amazing. I would watch the shit out of that movie.
He would be
if it was real.
He'd be a good one.
Look it up. Johnny Bravo, The Rock. But I'm going to be getting out of here. I had a great time. I want to chat to you guys again if you ever have the time there, Johnny. And autistic guy. Artistic Layman.
Luke. I keep thinking you say autistic layman. I'm thinking, are you?
I am saying autistic layman. I know it's artistic layman, but I'm saying autistic layman. So I gave you guys my channel. I subscribe to all of you guys. I want to chat again sometime. If any of you want to do that D&D thing, I'll be your DM.
Cool. See you then, pal.
I'll see you then. Later. And there's the hang-up button.
Wait, is everyone gone?
No, I think Davis is having another smoke.
Yeah, I know Davis, but I don't know, Luke, you're still there, buddy? Oh, he's gone.
Luke is reading Bible quotes right now.
Oh, nice. Well, he's probably punished himself with more Steven Universe.
Oh, well, for our listeners, I customized my URL of my channel, so it's now the John Steele, not John Steele Show. So you should be able to find it that way. Because it used to just be all these weird letters and whatever. I figured out how to actually customize that. I got some good interviews I did recently. I did interviewed Blonde in the Belly of the Beast, who was at the RNC. She's a new right-wing chick. She's hot, too. So interviewed her. She's on my channel. And so what else have I been up to that's related to this stuff? I guest hosted the Aaron Cleary podcast, which was pretty funny.
And don't forget to watch his books and watch everything.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, shit, Rogue stream, sorry.
Well, it was funny about that. The way that happened was it was a joke we played on Beckloff where Aaron had privately messaged the people that are usually on the Beckloff show and asked them to do what we did was, basically just keep, out of nowhere, just keep plugging Aaron's website and books and stuff like that. But we didn't tell the Beckloff. So all of a sudden, I'm saying, by the way, Aaron Cleary is this incredible guy and you should read all his books and his website is, and I would say www. And Beckloff was like, "What the fuck is going on?" And we kept, and when it wasn't just me, and then Ann started doing it, and then it was just really funny, just the reaction that Beckloff had. And then after the show was over, we clued him in and told him.
Yeah, I think this stream needs more ads while Davis is going, so don't forget to buy his book.
Yeah, everybody go to CaptainCapitalism.blogspot.com.
I think what other ads?
Yeah, you should plug your channel there. James, you're not really producing any content though, are you? I mean, you got your channel up.
I'm debating on a video.
Oh no, you do get some content up. What am I saying? Yeah.
Well, I've got.
I just subscribed to you.
I'm debating on trying to just do impromptu streams. I know fucking Brother John does it quite well. I think the problem is when you and about making a video, that's when you basically delay. If you can do it, same with Luke here when he comes back, he hasn't made anything in a while, but if he has someone he can go with, coherent topic, he would easily be able to put out a quick 30-minute video. To say, pull a Brother John. That's the best way if you want to make videos. Maybe write a few notes down, and then obviously, have at it.
Oh, just like a live stream and then archive it on your channel.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, my format is pretty much 90% of my videos are just interviews with different people. And I do have a rough format. I talk to them for a few minutes beforehand about what we're going to discuss, and then, but I try to keep it pretty organic. But I try to, I keep it a one-on-one type of situation.
Yeah, that's the best situation, especially with Luke talking to him. People do come out better on a 1v1 conversation.
Yeah, and you can really get to know the individual as opposed to in a group chat. You'll have people that tend to fade in the background, like Artistic Layman. He doesn't really like to talk in the group settings. He's a one-on-one kind of guy.
Davis is back.
I am. We've got a bunch of questions.
Ooh.
All right, we're gonna address them timematically. And give me 1 sec, folks.
Take your time.
Alright, so Carl I-Chan asks, when are you going to do a show with Jazz Hands McFeels from TRS? I don't even know if that's a real name of a character over there or an insult. The TRS, like, listen, let me tell you what I think about TRS.
Uh-oh.
I think I remember.
TRS spent a lot of time talking shit about me. Then they met Forney in person and shook his hand and said, like, hey, it's water under the bridge. Then they posted a live stream talking shit about Forney. And we had it out. And since then, I am not aware of TRS talking shit about me. And, like, I really wish they'd grow up. I really wish they'd start being polite and civilized. But, like, they're not talking shit about me, so whatever. I don't really...
So they're essentially the Bill Maher of online podcasts. They seem to flip-flop around depending on who's with them.
Well, if you threaten to punch them in the face, they seem to like you quite a bit. So, I mean, if TRS is causing you a problem, just show up at their house, knock on their door, and they will give you very expensive beer if you threaten to punch them in the face. You know, like, God damn it, TRS, I would really like to respect you. I would really like to call you honorable men, but you need to balls the fuck up and act like men. And I understand why you get a problem with me. I am an imperfect man. That's fine. Let's go have a fist fight. All right, let's me and your buddy. Let's go have a fist fight. Let's go down to Brazil, and I will happily have a duel using pistols with that man, whom I cucked. We can do that.
Oh, I know that inside.
I'd rather not leave his kids without a father, but like if this is how it needs to go, I will happily kill him, and then we can all shake hands and be men. Get over it. Stop starting fights. Either accept defeat, accept the fact that I defeated you, and grow, or let's bring it, motherfuckers. Let's go sign up for organ donation in Brazil, and then 10 paces and 9 millimeters of brass downrange. Either way. I think it's unbecoming to even focus on it. I just wish they would stop being enemies. But he goes on. Has Aaron Clary gone PC on us? He seems to have become a sellout.
Nothing.
Who's laughing?
We totally didn't plug him while you were away.
Well, I don't know, Davis. Did you listen to the Beckloff where we played that joke on Beckloff where we kept plugging Aaron Clary over and over again?
No, I missed that.
Yeah, I think it's 2 weeks ago, but I think it was just me and Ann because Undertow couldn't make that episode, and you know Beckloff didn't know what the fuck was going on, and every pause in it, I'd say, oh, by the way, you know, Aaron Clary is the greatest man that ever lived, or you know, and by the way, his website is this, you know, and Beckloff didn't know what the fuck was going on. So, by the way, check out the Beckloff's live stream.
Beckloff is the man.
Shame about the live chat.
Well, Beckloff was really impassioned in his last live stream he did regarding what was the guy that spoke at the DNC, who's the Arab guy went up there with his wife that bashed Trump.
Khan, that Khan.
Khan, yeah, and Beckloff just went off on this guy. It was brilliant. You know, you just listen to the chat for that. I mean, he had it with that guy.
Yeah, my son died in combat. That means I can be a disingenuous cunt.
Yeah, he just let that guy have it.
And the fact is, it doesn't seem to maybe this guy doesn't seem to realize his son wouldn't be dead if it wasn't for Hillary supporting this fucking war.
Yeah, and a war that Donald Trump opposed, by the way.
Yeah. Well, say that's the magical
You
thing.
know what?
No.
Let me address the Aaron Clary question for a second. Aaron Clary's blog is not at its A game because listen, I think that Aaron Clary absolutely has two books that are just unparalleled. And they also happen to be the books that I did the voiceover for, but like Get the Good Education and what's it called? Bachelor Pad Economics. I think those books are absolutely brilliant, incredibly useful, and they're selling quite well. And so, Aaron Clary, he's not putting out the same quality of material as he was 2 years ago, but he's not going anywhere. So,
well, in fairness, I think he's just concentrating on his consulting thing now.
Yeah. I know he's got another book, Undertow, he's currently voicing over. What's the name of the book? Is it Kirsty?
No, it's Reconnaissance Man.
That's released.
Reconnaissance Man is the one that's due out, or maybe it just came out in a few days.
And that's coming out soon. Available at all fine bookstores.
Which once again can be found at the CaptainCapitalism.blogspot.com.
You know what? Money talks and bullshit walks. And I just got my consulting fee for doing the audio of Bachelor Pad Economics. And you know what? Money talks and bullshit walks. So Aaron Clary, he's not doing a lot that you can see right now visually on the internet. And I don't think he has that much to say right now. He's doing some really good insight videos. He's doing some really good book sales, and I think it's going to be. Don't even worry about it. That'd be my response as to what's Aaron Clary doing right now. All right, so continuing. You knew all the keyboard shortcuts, do you? What a smart man you are. Should I even bother reading the rest of his questions?
Yeah, go for it. Why not? Just, if there's some really ridiculous one, skip them. But if anyone's got a sincere question, yeah.
All right. With Trump steamrolling everyone, will a lifelong politician ever win office again?
Yeah.
Depends how Trump goes, really. Depends on how his 4 or 8 years in office goes.
Yeah, ask us that's a question that we don't know.
That's a career path question, and that's.
Well, the short answer is yes. Of course, career politicians will win elections again. But I think what he's trying to get at is the days of career politicians, more or less over? Are we turning the page, so to speak? And we don't know that. I mean, the jury's still out on that.
I say it still goes, still goes and depends on how it's handled. It depends on what Trump does in office. It depends on whether people remember. Because it goes back to the whole gaslighting thing. The internet, we've got a great amount of record for what Hillary's done, what Trump's done. I think Clary, not to plug him again, put it quite well when he was talking about Farage resigning after doing what he did. He's not a politician. He's a statesman. He goes into politics to do what he wants, does it, succeeds, and backs off. That's the definition of someone who isn't a career politician.
You know what? We used to be playing a game where the only time the stakes were big is if you were gambling in Las Vegas. And anywhere else in life. Like, if you tried to take over the human resources department of your company and you lost, you would only get a 20% increase in salary, you get a consolation prize. Whereas we're entering a period in history where the consolation prize is you get shot by a firing squad. And
Well, isn't that a good thing to have more skin in the game, so to speak?
Well, yes and no. It's more brutal. It's more unfair. There's going to be more innocents getting murdered, but like, it's, you know what? It's the reality that we all got to deal with, and that every single one of us going on the internet, we're dealing with this. We've got skin in the game.
Especially with how leftists seem to act. If you get docs, they will try and ruin your life. You know, they, especially, actually, I don't know, I'd recommend Beklov's last stream. He managed to get Jack Donovan on, but Jack had actually quite a good point with Hillary and Trump, and he's saying if Trump wins, there's a potential where it could be worse off because, and I'm going to paraphrase him, people might become complacent, they might become relaxed because they think, oh, we've done the impossible, we've done something similar to Brexit, that should never have happened, but it happened, and we relaxed, and we end up getting a really bad prime minister. Same with what Trump might happen. People might say, oh God, we beat the establishment. They might relax.
Well, my counter theory to that, though, was in the live stream was that if Trump is elected, that the left-wing people will just completely lose their shit.
Yeah, I was thinking this. I'm sorry I didn't extend it, but I think Trump overall is still better because if Hillary wins, it depends on whether the right wants to act on it or not. If Trump wins, it's on whether the left wants to act on it. The left won't act; they'll just get their fucking BLM goons to try and do something. So it's going to be interesting. But regardless, the advantage is to us if Trump wins. It's just an interesting point Jack raised.
We need to capitalize. We need to start taking ownership over our own lives and doing something useful. And that's the. All right, let's get back to the questions. Fuck one. No, that's a stupid question. Not Is American pizza degenerate? No, American pizza is fucking wonderful. It is so delicious. And by the way, if anybody's in Las Vegas, look up a place called Chicago Style Pizza. They got.
That's not those deep dish pizzas, are they?
Oh, they had the best deep dish. Oh my god, it was so good. It was so good.
Chunky crusts.
Oh my god. Like, what is that? Like degenerate? Like, shut the fuck up, asshole.
What's he talking about? There's too many carbs.
Is that anti-pole? Is that anti-what? Shut the fuck up. It's tasty, asshole. Fuck you. I eat goat roti with a bone inside of it because I'm a true frickin' Jamaican. My dad grew up there.
Is there any other serious questions?
Yeah, come on, let's get something serious.
I just hit F5 and hey, Carl, thank you for being polite. Didn't mean to be rude to you just now. He just said thank you. Let's see. Hey, Davis. Say, Woo Lad. What do I think about Peter Hitchens? Well,
I've got an opinion of him. If you don't have anything on him.
I think that both the Hitchens brothers were very intelligent and very argumentative, and I love them for it. What do you think about Peter?
I've got with Peter. Obviously, someone who still is a fedora. I can view someone like Hitchens. I prefer his style of arguing. I find he's a very good arguer, but I can obviously disagree. I can agree with him less and less each day. Peter, on the other hand, is what you might call one of those moral conservatives. I mean, I'm being honest, he's actually quite good. He managed to go into a university lecture. Basically, the topic at hand was, should weed be legalized? And he was against it. He won in a university. That's how good he can actually get. He's an alright guy. The problem is with a lot of the older conservatives is whether they can view Trump as someone who's necessary as opposed to someone they need to agree with. A lot of the stuff I agree with him is right. Abortion, I'm mixed on, but I would lean towards pro-life. He actually had a very good point on marriage, for example, gay marriage. It's a null point because divorce has basically been the largest destroyer of the institution of marriage, and there's no point discussing gay marriage or gay rights unless you want to destroy your
Gay
reputation.
marriage it's the ice cream, it's the cherry atop the sundae.
Yeah, divorce has been irreparable, and it's why I've been, as much as I like Common Phil, for example, talking about gay rights, especially in the public domain, will only, especially in the UK, I don't know how it is in the US, but 10 years ago, you try and go against gay marriage, it's just that guy who disagrees with gay marriage. You do it now, you may as well say you're a Holocaust denier.
What the hell is gay rights?
Oh, it's the right to pos each other.
In 1880, did we have roving bands of sexual monitors, like kicking down doors to bedrooms to make sure there was no sodomy going on?
Again, it's all language. I think a lot of language, and it's the video which I've been attempting to make for a good 2 decades now. Language is how you trigger people. And especially I was having this, I think I had a Facebook post on this. You mentioned Trump. Everyone seems to have an opinion on Trump, which is some BBC article spouted bollocks. You mentioned Hillary. It's like you're like trying to click in front of a comatose patient. They don't respond. You mentioned gay rights. You say, for example, you don't think you say you have a negative opinion of gay people, for example.
Should have rights. 12001001001.
Let's say with gay rights, it's like an imagined argument. No person, even Common Filth, wouldn't be like, yeah, let's start hanging gay people. He looks not necessarily at gay people. He looks at the behaviors you get on the internet. The fucking
like nobody is saying that we ought to have roving. We should pay for police officers to rove through the woods of South Carolina to make sure none of those homosexuals are having homosexual sex in the woods of South. Nobody is saying that. What the hell is, like, you want the right to fuck each other in the ass? Then, well, just don't do it where the cops can see you. It's not like marijuana where you have to go to a drug dealer. You know, it's not like you have to go find a pimp to find a butt pirate. You know, I would like to hire a butt pirate for tonight, sir. No, you just go find another butt pirate. And
be right back, guys. Be right back.
Cool. Yeah, it's just language. I mean, back onto the topic of common.
Why do you need a right to it? I don't listen. If I want to commit sodomy with my wife in the South, where they have unreasonable laws, then I'm going to marry a woman that has disgustingly perverse interests, like I do. You know, I'm not, and I'm not going to like prove that I committed sodomy with her. Prove it, asshole. You can't prove it until we get positive sex laws.
I mean, there's a certain thing called discretion. I mean, most people would if a heterosexual couple were trying to fuck each other in the arse, or missionary in the middle of public, I would still be repulsed. There's a time and place for things, and it goes to the whole triggering thing. It's like we had this a while back, breastfeeding mothers in public. Yeah, breastfeeding's natural. I don't want it in a 5-star restaurant. Can you go somewhere else? These people don't seem to understand that I'm not going against it. I'm just saying time and a place. You know, I don't try and do this.
Listen, if you're in the middle of the grocery store and your baby's thirsty and it needs to have milk, then go right ahead.
And even then, they usually have. Every place has got a restroom or disabled place. You can just do it really quick and then just bug out. But no, gay rights. It's a.
I mean, the irony, the fucking irony in this culture of claiming there's something. Of claiming the biggest problem with heterosexuality is that women can't breastfeed in public, you narcissistic sluts.
That's not right. It's take for example, say when black people say they're subjugated against or racially offended. I know a lot of Africans, and when obviously you live in America, you have African Americans. Africans and African Americans are completely different fucking breed. A lot of Nigerians I know really fucking hate African Americans. Because they look at, say, for example, one of my old teachers. She had a book published describing how her family was fucking butchered in the old country. Now you look at that sort of, what's happened to her, and then you look at African Americans saying, "Oh yeah, we're being racially persecuted because some white guy decided he wanted to touch my hair or asked to touch my hair." So you're not being subjugated against. You don't know what it is.
Be careful. An atheist cult might start an argument against you.
Oh no. Oh god, the atheists are turning on me. Guess I can't wear a fedora.
Sorry to interrupt, but you kind of tangentially touched on this, James. That the kind of like the African Americans kind of have this grievance culture. Didn't the Black Lives Matter group come out with a list of demands?
Oh, I think Sargon. I've not seen the list, so
we actually started off the conversations with that. One of the demands is that there's no more TV cameras in cop cruisers, even though that's been the thing to exonerate innocence.
It's because they're fucking idiots.
Whoa, well, hold on. They don't want cameras in the police cruisers?
Yeah, they don't.
Yeah,
I don't get it. How? I'm sorry, I'm not being purposely obtuse. I don't get it.
It's a guilty admission. They know most of the time they're wrong.
Oh, okay.
Maybe, I don't know. It's I don't know what everyone's opinion of the because I know the two shootings that sparked a lot of the current stuff off. Was it Philando Castile and Alton Sterling?
Well, I think we should shut this down pretty soon. But you know what? I will say, listen, I feel sympathy for the Black Lives Matter folks. I feel sympathy for them, but it doesn't mean that I'm going to suck up to them. And if any of them, if they have any legitimacy, then they shouldn't want me sucking up to them. But they probably do, and that the problem with our entire civilization is everybody wants an excuse. They don't want to take responsibility.
Admitting you have faults means you have to fix them yourselves, and that's just too difficult.
Oh, and to go back to the very beginning of this live stream, on the off chance that anybody is listening from the beginning or they rewind to the beginning, I pointed out that I'm very, very sick of the alt-right, because the alt-right, they like to say anything I'm not tempted by is sinful. Anything I am tempted by is normal. And I'm so fucking sick of that. I am so sick of this hypocrisy.
Any other serious questions? Actually, there was one question I asked a while back. I don't know if anyone want to mention it on the Islamic topic, but I've raised this to a few people, and I've never really had any answers back. You look at Christian missionaries, going out, food Bibles. You can talk about from Jehovah's Witnesses, Catholics, Mormons. You see a lot of these people. Do you ever see these with Islam and Muslims? Do you see the same equivalent? Because I've never seen them, and if people have seen them, I've never seen them to the extent. Has anyone ever?
I've never seen them in the United States, but I don't know if that's. That's interesting. That might just be a cultural thing with Islam, wherever it's from. Like, for example, like the Middle East, everybody is Islamic, so they don't really. Basically, the countries where Islam is most prevalent are theocracies.
Yeah.
So they don't necessarily go out because they already run the governments there. You think of whether it's Saudi Arabia or Iran or whatever. They already have these theocratic states. So they don't necessarily try to convert people and then get them to act that way at the ballot box. They just take over the country as it is and then put some sort of imam or ayatollah in charge.
So certainly the conversion methods are different. Christians are far more, Bible one hand sandwich in the other. They will be more peaceful, but with Islam it's more commonly seen as something that's more militaristic, become Muslim or perish.
We carry a sword when it's time to defend ourselves.
And that's kind of the history of Islam is really one that's entirely based on conquest, where Christianity, it's been a mix of the two, and it morphed over time where it became more about conversion through, the sandwich or whatever. But the whole idea of conversion by the sword, that was just a very kind of brief period inside Christianity.
All right. Shaddam leaves a comment on the video saying, quote, Thunderfoot had the will and determination to provide a forum for atheists back in old YouTube days. I was hardcore Christian then. I'm stubborn as fuck, spent weeks arguing on his videos. He has my respect for having patience and tolerance of people with different views, engaging in respectful debate despite how inane it was at times. I miss the old YouTube where it didn't feel so much like Big Brother socialists were judging. Think now his followers would get flagged to oblivion. Well, Shaddam, I'll say this much to you. You know what? I busted my ass to make a movie, and out of nowhere, that guy started attacking me, and mobilizing all his followers with me, and then lying about me, outright lying, even when his own followers said, actually, Aurini didn't say that. Whatever. It's whatever Thunderfoot used to be. And he might have been something admirable. He might have actually been a free thinker at some point, but nowadays he's a product. He's a product. And he's going to be whatever he needs to be. He's not open-minded. He won't ever apologize. I mean, I would love to shake hands with him and have him apologize, and I'll say, hey, dude, I'm sorry for talking so much shit about you, but I really doubt that's going to happen.
I would just say, fuck him. I think he is closed-minded, and I believe he lives in his own little echo chamber, so I don't know why you give the guy so much free space in your head, to be honest.
Well, you know what? Because he caused me a lot of damage last year. And I'm getting past that. The last year of my life, good lord. I speculated 1 year of my life on the second year, and the second year was nothing but disaster.
Is there any other topics or questions we had?
Well, I think we've been going for quite some time.
Final thoughts, maybe? Unless Luke's back yet, or still watching Steven Universe.
Well, where we started it all up was about the simple fact that people are getting locked into these hug boxes on the internet. They are losing track of themselves, losing track of their own actual lives. And really the answer is go outside, meet people, volunteer.
I mean, as much as I browse the internet when I get home, if I didn't have work, it would drive me insane. You've got to have interactions. You've got to, I mean, the internet's one thing. It's a rich source of information, but you've also got to have a pulse on what's going around you. I mean, the internet is a completely different place to my local area. I mean, I live in Londonistan, so obviously it's going to be different to the people who I talk to on the internet. So, you know, especially it's good if you decide you want to talk about these topics or someone raises them. You've got to understand context. I mean, I've had family members fucking disown me for talking gun control and saying it's bollocks. So you've got to have the finger on the pulse. You've got to look at context. You've got to look at the right battles to fight. And that's why I say your advice is apt. Go outside, you know.
Yeah, well, one of the things I joke about is, you know, because where I live is in Seattle, where, and I do go outside quite a bit, but here I can't even have these conversations with almost anybody in any sort of semi-public setting because people here are so extremely leftist that there will be no dialogue, no debate. So when I'm interacting with people, you know, in my day-to-day life, it's kind of all this like superfluous conversation, you know, small talk, so to speak. You can't touch on anything of real substance because there, I mean, the amount of people that have alt-right leanings, or you know, there's maybe 5 of us in the whole city.
Have you ever Seriously. Have you ever considered just saying to one of them when they start supporting leftism and all this other garbage? Just look them straight in the eyes and say, I'm going to enjoy killing you and putting you into your grave as soon as the cops no longer have a paycheck, because you are an unrighteous man and deserving of death, and I will be doing the Lord's work. I will enjoy that, and then when I die, I will enjoy seeing you burning for eternity in hell. Amen.
Hold on, let me get the last part down. Burning in hell. Amen.
Have you ever just thought of saying that to them? That you're an unrighteous man that will burn in hell, and it's like, maybe you and some of your scumbags will kill me, but I'll probably kill you first.
Yeah, but then Davis, they'd get on the, they're all atheists here anyway, right? So we can't.
Oh yeah, atheists, believe me, atheists are more fearful of God than Catholics are, and Catholics are pretty fearful of God.
Well, and the atheists in Seattle, from what I can tell, they're all the as Beckloff would say, the fuck you dad atheists. They're not really, it's become their own little religion here. So, but it's not really worth the energy, I mean, I totally get your point, but I've been living here for decades now. It's not worth the energy to really engage them like that. I mean, I just understand they are what they are. They have their little worldview, and that's theirs. And as I said earlier, I'm not really into trying to impose my worldview on other people. It just offends me when other people try to do that shit to me.
I mean, as an Englishman, if I was to think what Davis is saying, I'd probably be arrested.
Probably, but then you know what? If you get arrested in England, you get free room and board.
Mm.
And the opportunity to assault Muslims.
The one area that I have been able to get into conversations with is gun control, because
lucky you.
Because Washington State, I have a concealed carry and things like that. So those kind of conversations have come up, and I've had somewhat reasonable debates here regarding gun control. That's the only issue. I've been able to actually have serious kind of talk with people in my normie life. But these other issues that we talk about, no, I don't even go there because it's pointless, and I'd have to spend all these times, giving them the background material. That it wouldn't be a conversation anymore; it'd be a lecture.
That's the one thing people need to understand, right or left. Everyone has read and listened to different material, and that's how they've come to certain positions. If you've read something obscure and that's how you've come to your position, you can't expect someone to understand it unless you've read it.
Listen, let's stop pretending the left has read anything. They work emotionally.
They've had it inserted somewhere. It might not have been their ears, but...
They've been sexually molested, or they're emotionally weak, so their mother beat them.
But you get the gist.
I mean, they're going, oh my god, Aurini is saying what... It's true. It's true, and I don't feel like proving it. You know it's true, or you don't, but you'll go investigate it for yourself and find out I am right.
The thing is, even if you prove it to them, they have that sort of thing where they sort of acknowledge it, but the next time you see them and they discuss it, they seem to have completely forgotten it, and they just keep going on spouting the same bullshit that you've debunked.
Yeah, I've really lost interest in them. I'm looking forward to watching them burn in hell.
Argue with people that are worth arguing with.
Yeah, I mean, if why bother really? I mean, I think Davis is absolutely right. Get outside, go do things and stuff like that. I'm all for that. But when you go outside and you do these things, they're not places to really have these kind of discussions. That's why I do enjoy these type of hangouts, and I've had great Skype chats with Davis. I've also spoken to James and hangouts and Skypes and stuff like that. I love doing that. Because these are kind of conversations I can't really have in my day-to-day life. So that's why I think this internet thing is great.
And how wonderful will it be to watch all of these people burning in eternal agony for their sins? They quite thoroughly deserve them.
Yeah, but I always wonder how many of these people are true believers or they're just sheep followers. I mean,
does it matter? Does it matter whether or not Coppercap is actually a tranny or if he's just looking for attention?
I just heard about.
I think it's a hallucination. I don't think he's real.
I think it's funny, actually.
Everybody gets exactly what they want.
Same with Chris Chan. Everyone's probably heard about that. He's grown a vagina about through the power of thinking of it.
I want to know how all you guys, unless maybe you get it all from like Common Filter, I don't really watch anymore, but how do you keep up with all this degeneracy? It's like, oh, Twitter. I don't have a Twitter account.
I'd have it just for lurking. That's essentially what my Twitter is for. It's lurking.
Yeah, not for posting, just for maybe I'll get one. It was kind of a point of pride I had about myself that I don't own a Twitter account.
I personally think it's revelation.
It's what?
Revelation.
What do you mean?
You mean the book of the end times kind of thing?
No. As an actual, like, my muse tells it to me.
I see.
I'm not actually that smart. Okay, there's an angel of God sitting on my shoulder that makes me smart. And I'm not joking. That's why I'm so smart.
No, the Catholics would just simply call that the Holy Spirit.
Well, it's definitely an angel, not the Holy Spirit.
Okay. Well, no, I was raised a Catholic. I know a little bit about it. I mean, I believe that the Holy Spirit has been interpreted to be God acting through you, where you become a conduit for God. You're not God. Like, let's get that clear. But my understanding.
I'm not a prophet either, by any means.
Right.
I just have a muse. She's a very lovely angel. I hope to meet her someday. But my muse.
Yes, and Catholics are pretty big on the angels.
She occasionally tells me things that I probably shouldn't know those things.
I thought angels could only be blokes, to put it crudely. Or can they be women? I've heard lots of things.
Well, in the Bible, the only angels that are listed are all male. Listed by name.
Okay. Well, I would say once I've gone through my current books, I do want to pick up a copy of the King James.
Angels can have sex. They can marry women. But clearly they do have a sex. I'm pretty sure my muse is female, but who knows? He might be just a pretty boy. I'm not making a grand statement upon the sexual nature of angels, since they do not have marriage in heaven.
Either I've got a banana up my ass, but you sound like you're trolling me.
I just hope I'm not offending my muse. You know, like my muse is my muse.
Okay.
My muse does their job. I try and do my job, despite being a sinful human being. And hey, we roll with it. Rock and roll.
Just for context, if anyone thinks
God love and rock and roll.
If anyone thinks Davis is crazy, just remember we've got people who think that the 10th Doctor and the planet Saturn are their headmates, so criticize all you want. See, everyone forgot about headmates, didn't they?
Yeah, Davis is not crazy. Davis is...
No, I'm being comical, because you probably do have a few Fedora listeners.
Oh, it's... The weird thing is I know... Seriously, there are things that I figure out that I really should not. You know, like I'm pretty smart. I've got a really good operating system in my brain, but I'm not as smart as I actually am, if that makes any sense. Like, what I do with my life, I'm not that smart.
Oh, I see. So your potential is far more than what you're achieving.
No, my potential is far less than I'm achieving. I'm pretty smart, but I'm not as smart as I seem to be. That's something else.
Okay.
All right, let's clear up any last questions we have, and shut her down, Goyam.
Oh, Jace.
Take a high-interest loan.
Wait, was that a question? Oh, Luke's back, calling from his winter. So how many episodes of Steven Universe did you get through?
All of them right now.
Luke for his degenerate practices.
Oh, yeah.
My one degenerate practice I'm aware of.
What, you're a Calvinist?
Oh, that was good, James.
Ooh.
Oh, and yes, I am. I've chatted with Millennial Wolves. I'm buddies with him. I'm a bit worried about him right now, but he's a good guy. I got nothing against him.
Yeah, I like him. I just think he gets down sometimes. I mean, I worry about his emotional state.
Oh, he's in Scotland. I'm gonna have to hunt him down after I've visited Brother John and have a word with him or something.
Oh yeah, you should hook up with Brother John. Hang out with him.
Oh yeah, a 21-year-old hanging around with a 45-year-old bearded bloke. That's
Hey,
totally
he's
not
only
gay.
40. He's only 41.
He's only 40 years. It's green apples, red apples. He's probably listening to this, and I'm gonna get kicked from this fucking streams when I finish this. Nah, I'll have to see him, but yeah. Well, if he comes down to London, that'd be decent to say. If anyone comes down to London, because that's basically the only place to go to if you go to lovely old Englandistan, or what's going to be left of it once ISIS bombs it. Yeah, I'll have to have a beer with any of you guys.
Well, I've certainly got nothing against him.
Mm.
I hope he's doing well.
Any other questions before you shut her down?
Oh, that's basically it. Any
final thoughts?
We should. It's like this 2-hour podcast has turned into 5 or some nonsense like that. So anything we ought to cover, tie up, wrap, move.
Plug your book and website.
Yep. www.arsholeconsulting.com.
Send all your hate mail to www.assholeconsulting.com.
No, I'd wholeheartedly recommend the books. My penis grew several inches larger, and women seem to be more attracted to me after buying Curse the High IQ.
By the way, the entire night I've been wearing a new Shanka with a Gadsden flag on the front of it, which you yourself can pick up at... What is Carl Ushanka's website?
I don't know, but if you go to Aaron Clary's blog, there's a link.
Blog.ushanka.us. And I was not wearing it because it's too hot. Like, do you have any idea how hot it was today? I almost died twice on my trip to buy whiskey. The first time was because...
You need to have a trip to buy whiskey. That's
the first time because a semi-truck was trying to merge into the weaving lane in front of me while there was another semi-truck in the regular lane. And thank God for the double power from the acoustic signature on the second valve power of the Mazda MX-6 that allowed me to accelerate away from death. The second time I died was when I almost had an aneurysm behind a pickup truck that did not know how green lights worked and didn't want to hit the gas pedal.
Nice.
No, but can I just say quickly about the heat that it was 81 degrees in Seattle today, which is very hot for Seattle. We don't usually get above 80.
So,
I haven't been using my primary browser, and I have I know what the temperature is in Las Vegas. I spent about 8 hours trying to convert the temperature thing to Las Vegas. I succeeded. I do not know what the temperature is in Nova Scotia, where I live right now.
As a filthy metric measurement user, it's 22 degrees, and
I know it's too fucking hot.
Anything above sub-zero for an Scots seems to be too much.
Seriously, when I was at the liquor store, about 100 meters, or 100 yards in American, 99 yards to be specific, there was somebody stumbling around like a madman because of the heat tonight.
Oh, you mean you're being semi-serious, like the heat stroke almost.
Oh yeah, that's horrible.
Well, I blame the heat stroke on the pickup truck that did not know how green lights worked. This guy, I was thinking more like cat fecal infection.
Is that a fucking train?
See, the guy it was very sad and hilarious, but I was too angry about the slow driving traffic to really have any sympathy for the son of a bitch.
Someone who's learning to drive, I can't wait to have road rage.
Oh, brother, you have not had road rage until you've driven with me.
Oh, that's
I will introduce you into truly righteous road rage and all the appropriate swears that our Lord Jesus Christ will approve of.
Well, when I ever move to Calgary or whatever, yeah, that's gonna have to be one of my bucket list options.
Oh, driving with me is definitely on your bucket list.
Fucking last thing probably. Any other closing thoughts aside from?
Let's see, guys. Y'all got any closing thoughts?
I'll say you and Luke seem to be the first ones. I don't know if you guys had any thoughts. Me and Steele were the latecomers.
I guess the only thing that depresses me more about my fandom about a particular show is the fact that virtually every other person watching it is a psychopath.
That's definitely Steven Universe. Well, Rick and Morty is the end of the show.
I feel the same way about Star Trek Voyager.
If I might say, I did watch the new Star Trek film and it was actually quite good. I know it's a weird fucking coincidence. I would recommend it.
When did that come out?
22nd of July for us.
All right, folks. Thank you so much for listening. Thank you for backing me. Thank you for being a righteous person. Thank you for trying to be a better person tomorrow. Thank you for all of this. We greatly appreciate you, and because we appreciate you, we're going to shut this bullshit down before it turns into complete nonsense, which it probably did about 3 years ago, 3 hours ago. But nonetheless, we love you, we love you, we love you, and mea culpa. Lord forgive us, Jesus forgive us, Lord forgiveness, because this bloody podcast was too long. Good night, folks. Go to bed, and you are loved. Good night.